Okay, mic check 1 2. There we go. Hello. Okay, that's good. We can pause that. We can pause that, and we got a nice strong connection with no dropped frames, and it looks like the audio is working just fine. Okay, so let me check the banner message. So I got to apply for some jobs. So I can't share my screen while I do that because I'm putting in personal information. And I've got to file some paperwork around applying for jobs. So that's the first thing that I need to get done. That'll probably take me an hour or two. It's just filling out a bunch of stuff on a government website, sadly. And then I got a side gig I got to help my roommate with. So that should only take me about an hour. And then writing script for hotkey tutorial. Okay, so I took yesterday off. What was yesterday? Yesterday was Sunday, so today's Monday. So I took it easy yesterday. I do need to get that hotkey tutorial script done. So I'll super focus on that today, and then later on we'll do some gaming to chill out and wrap it all up. I should probably work out somewhere along the lines too. So let me do that in about 6 hours. Maybe I just work out at midnight. I gotta get up and do some stuff. Gotta get up and move around. Because if I don't, my lower back just goes to hell. So what I'm doing is I'm setting a reminder on my phone for, let's say, 11:45. And then, let's see here, exercise. Okay. So many things to remember. And then, man, my sleep schedule still sucks. At least I'm productive. At least I'm getting stuff done. So say hi in the chat when you guys show up. Let me go ahead and post in the Discord server that I'm going live. And if you folks want to join the Discord server, feel free. I'm going to put it in chat here. Head on over to the Twitch page if you're not already there. And all you got to do is just scroll down to the bottom, and there's a link there to the Twitch page. There's a link there to the Discord on the Twitch page. And we'll be happy to have you. I post a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff there. Typically what I'm doing when I'm not live streaming. And we talk about all kinds of things. Comics, anime, crazy guilds that we used to know about back in the day. Screenshots of like behind the scenes stuff. Like I got like it wasn't a copyright strike, but it's like I got dinged for something for using the original Doom music. Like the MIDI file from like '93. It's never happened before. Oh well. It's funny. It's claimed by like 20 different entities. So it's like, well, who owns it? Who cares? So we just got to work around that. Anyway, let's go ahead and mute this. And I got to eat something too. So I just got my food ready. Let me, let's put up, yeah, that's a dinner break right there. So let's click on dinner break. And let's probably move that over. How about over here? Let me shrink it down a bit. What if we just made it longer? There we go. Yeah, and this way I can stuff my face. So I do need to watch something while I'm eating, because it's hard it takes me forever to actually eat something if I'm trying to work on something and type at the same time. And then let's leave that on for a second while I post on the Discord that I'm streaming again. So all things streaming right there. Right there. Okay, so going live, got some things to work on before I can work on around job hunting. So we'll check out tech/gaming industry videos while I do that. Then it's time to work on / complete the. Can I share this with you guys? Can you guys see this? Here we go. Yeah, right there. Cool. While I do that, then it's time to work on and / complete the hotkey tutorial script. And we'll wrap up with some leveling in TWoW. Almost level 50. And then come on in and hang out. There we go. Okay, let's post it in there too. There we go. All right, all right, all right. Okay, so we can hide this. And let me eat something. So let's pause that. Let's check out Bellular News. Love this guy. Does a really good job. This was, and we haven't been to his channel in quite some time. So game price manipulation. We saw that. That's PlayStation Network charging more on the PlayStation Network for games than they charge for if you like go to the store and buy the game. And then this is when the credit card companies got Steam to delist a bunch of stuff. And Steam faces financial obliteration. Others are already dead. I think we watched that, and it was in line with the payment processors. Trying to strong arm Steam with what they can and can't sell. And then Sega's secret report, the Total War report. Sega doesn't want you to see it. Let me guess, they make all of their money off the DLC. Let's see. Let's watch this while I eat.
Someone at Sega has made a mistake. They put out financial documents, but they did not redact them properly. And that means that we've got sales numbers that Sega absolutely did not want us to see. And when you take those numbers and the plans that they've got in place for European studios, it all adds up to something that I think you're going to care about. And that is a whole new plan for the Total War franchise. First off, here's a quick explainer about how we got here, because seriously, this story just won't make sense without the background. So, for years, Sega's European studios, and Creative Assembly specifically, have had a real rough time. One of the big ones is Total War Warhammer 3. It launched with mixed reviews. Pharaoh was even worse. Players called it an overpriced expansion. It basically was that. They tried to price it like it was a full historical game. It really wasn't. Now, it did rally in its, I think, critical and player sentiment whenever they did a pretty cool relaunch, but in terms of numbers, really nothing major happened. They will never make their money back in that thing. Then, of course, there's the DLC plans. They honestly just went to complete hell with Warhammer 3. Players are outraged. It's just higher prices, worse content, less for the money, and then To top it all off came the stories. Chaotic work environment, leadership not listening to staff, massive technical debt stopping progress, and meanwhile, Hyenas, which was their live service shooter, was unceremoniously killed off. Which, let's be real, probably was the right move. That of course doesn't take the sting away from a lot of the layoffs that followed. And that was really all across Sega Europe, but there was quite a lot at Creative Assembly. Now this was all part of Sega cleaning house in Europe, and you'll soon see why, because the numbers are fairly stark. And this resulted in a bunch of things. Amplitude Studios was released back into independence. There was similar going on with Relic. And then for Creative Assembly, new leadership came in. Company vets took the managing director and president roles. And then this year brought another shock. Honestly, I'd say a good one.
Wait, I thought Relic was defunct. I thought they got rid of Relic Entertainment a long time ago. What happened to Relic Entertainment? What is current status? Ooh, that's spicy. Independence from Sega. So in March 2024, Sega sold Relic to investment Imona Capital, marking the studio's return to independent operation after over a decade in Sega. Layoffs and restructuring, well, that's what happens. Future strategy, ongoing support for existing titles, balance development approach, reviving classics and new IPs. Okay, so they were bought by an investment. Let's look up Imona Capital really quick. Let's see who this is. Tell me about Imona Capital. So, Imona Capital LLP is a London-based private equity and entrepreneurial investment firm founded in 2013. Led by senior investment professionals. Okay, so there's just got a bunch of big financial names. And since they acquired Relic, they've also acquired some other studios. So it looks like they're just trying to they're investing into the video game sector to make money off of the video game sector, not because they want to actually they're not, it's not that they're passionate about games or want to make great games. They're just buying up studios to try to make money off of them. So sadly, every time that's happened in the past, we haven't gotten a lot of really good stuff. So, rip Relic. I hope I'm wrong.
Football Manager's been going for 2 decades, but the 2025 edition was basically cancelled. Sega just said they were not willing to release something that didn't meet the quality bar. Licensing costs be damned, I suppose, because that shit's expensive. So, pretty ballsy stuff. And it all painted a picture of a European division that was kind of just out of control and floundering about the place. So, if you've been following their investor statements, or perhaps just this channel, none of this stuff will be a surprise to you. We've covered all of it, and Sega have highlighted their European problems for years. Essentially, what was happening is Japan was doing absolutely goddamn amazing, while the West was totally cocking up. And what's cool is that thanks to this leak, we basically know by how much. Okay, let's talk about the leak and its content. So, Sega didn't properly redact this stuff before they published it, and that means we've got a pretty good idea about their biggest games. We've got sales for the last half decade, which is fairly spicy, and this essentially all appeared in the group's investor presentation, and essentially before they could correct the document, Reset Era users were able to grab absolutely everything. That means that we can see lifetime sales, but what matters more here is actually sales by year. Because, like, sure, your prices for a game can drop over time, but sales can still mean you'll get a shitload of money. DLC will keep a game line like pretty damn healthy in its revenue, and for something like Total War, that's actually pretty relevant. And what it shows is exactly why Sega kept comparing Creative Assembly negatively, and why they're now comparing all their Western studios to Atlas, Sonic, and RGG. Because goddamn, they are completely different by the numbers. Right, let's dive into the numbers. So, Persona, Sonic, and Yakuza all sell, which is hardly really a surprise. Basically, RGG releases a new Yakuza game. It's now called Like a Dragon. They release one of those every year, and even a comparatively weak performing spin-off like The Man Who Erased Their Name ended up performing better than a mainline series game from only 4 years ago. So a spin-off today is outcompeting a full main game of 4 years ago. So basically, it's a money printer, which kind of makes sense when you think about the theme of those games. Infinite money, infinite wealth. Anyway, then there's their Persona and SMT games. Those continually sell brilliant, and then they get even better with the remasters. And basically, whether it's a console port, an updated next-gen version, or a remaster, they are just resurgent. I mean, Sony wishes that they could re-release games that hard. Take Persona 5 as an example. Year-on-year sales went from 350k to 1.82 million once it was no longer a PS4 exclusive, and they've continually seen this with their multi-platform sales boosts. SMT5 is another really good example. And then the real recent hype has got to be Metaphor ReFantazio, because it's new IP, but it passed 2 million sales far faster than the Persona remasters, which had always been nice, reliable money. And then, of course, there's Sonic. And look, I don't think about Sonic that much. I'd hazard to guess you don't think about Sonic that much either, but even the worst performing 2D spin-off on the list managed 1.8 million sales in year one. So overall, it's bloody brilliant news for the Japanese studios. As for the West, it's quite the comparison. And to understand Sega's concern with Total War, you need only look at growth, or the complete lack of it. You see, looking through the Japanese efforts, you do see that growth is possible. P3R sold better in launch than P5R. Infinite Wealth was the first RGG game to break 1 million in year one. So, Total War then. As an example, Total War Warhammer 3 sold 960k copies in year one. Three Kingdoms sold 2 million. And Warhammer 3 happened way after Three Kingdoms. That's rough. Now, Three Kingdoms also ended up being a total flash in the pan. Because yeah, 2 million sales is a lot, but what it represented...
Well, I mean, like Total Warhammer 3 is like 1/3 of the game. Like you had to buy Total Warhammer 1, 2, and 3 to have the full game. So I'd kind of like to see the numbers of 2 and 3... or excuse me, of 1 and 2 along with 3 here, and then we could see.
It was, funnily enough, the Total War game rooted in Chinese culture being bought by loads of people in China. But look at what happens afterward. We see this 80% sales drop, and that validates a very long-held community belief, essentially that Three Kingdoms had an awful attachment rate for its DLC, which traditionally has been a large part of the Total War model. So much so that even with such good initial sales, they just simply could not justify a sequel. As for Warhammer 3, well, its launch sales were just under half of Three Kingdoms. That's brutal. Especially brutal when you remember how many concurrent players Warhammer 2 would pretty much always have in Steam. It's kind of deserved because the launch of Warhammer 3 was an absolute goddamn shit show. The campaign was a total design misfire. Like, man, they really cocked it up. But here's where it's interesting. The sales curve, because the sales are decaying far, far, far slower. And that's probably why the company felt pressure to milk out DLC, which obviously is a whole part of what kicked off the wild drama with that game. But there's a fairly simple takeaway, right? We are a very long way from where we used to be. And that's when Total War Warhammer sold 500,000 in 1 week. So Total War Warhammer 1, 500,000
back in 2016.
Three Kingdoms sells 1 million in 1 week. And then Total War Warhammer 3 doesn't hit that in a year. That is brutal. It is literally more performance in a single week than in a year. And of course we can add to this Thrones of Britannia, Troy, and Pharaoh having completely limp performance. And honestly, in that context, it's kind of shocking that Sega didn't just fully pull out and cut their losses, because when you compare that to the Japanese studios, it is beyond obvious why Sega thinks it needs a, to quote...
So what is it? Everybody bought Total War 1, Warhammer Total War 1. It seems like even more people got Total War 2, and then 3, they just flummoxed the launch of Total Warhammer 3. I don't even remember that, because I bought the game a long time after it was launched. Let's see here. Tell me about the Total War Hammer franchise. I can't spell. Franchise. There we go. It seems 1 and 2 did really well, and 3 is underperforming. Explain this. Okay. So the Total War trilogy is viewed as underperforming related to its predecessors. Number 1 sold 500,000 copies within the first few days. Number 2 built on that success. Number 3, Total War 3 Kingdoms became the fastest selling Total War ever because it's, the Chinese bought a lot of it because it was a Total War game based on China. In contrast, Total Warhammer 3 sold approximately 2.34 million units by March 2025. That's solid but falls short of the momentum and milestones set by its predecessors. Okay. Why Warhammer 3 may feel like it's underperforming. Comparative sales lag. Although well received, Warhammer 3 hasn't matched the lightning fast success of 1 or 2 or 3 Kingdoms. Well, I mean, it seems like 3 Kingdoms is a statistical outlier, so maybe we don't even need to bother comparing that. And we already know the reason for the high performance of 3 Kingdoms. Community backlash over DLC pricing. Yeah, they've got a bunch of DLC for Total Warhammer 3, and I haven't gotten any of it. The last time I got DLC, I think I got Tomb Kings for Total Warhammer 1, and then I got the Pirate Coast for Total Warhammer 2, but I haven't gotten any DLC for Total Warhammer 3. This was seen as a steep compared to the past DLC. This led to negative Steam reviews and prompted Creative Assembly to offer free major updates and revamped pricing plans, perceived anti-consumer moves, for marketing, community handling, labeling certain practices as anti-consumer. The sentiment dampened goodwill and may have impacted broader sales, pricing, and value perception. Players commented that the base game DLC pricing felt inflated, hampering appeal for new buyers. Yeah, because to get the full game, you have to get all. Now, they always said that they were going to put out 3 versions, and they were all going to stack on top of each other, so that's fine. But it seems like everybody that was going to get the game has gotten the game, and then new players don't want to have to buy 3 versions of the game. So I guess they could stack all 3 versions together and sell it at a discount, but Creative Assembly probably won't do that because even though it would probably sell really well, their investors would think that they were losing money. Good but not breakout. Pricing backlashes, DLC issues. Warhammer 3 remains a strong strategic title with critical approval. However, a combination of less explosive launch performance, controversial DLC pricing, and community dissatisfaction contributed to it being perceived as underperforming compared to earlier titles. And the record-setting success of 3 Kingdoms. LA's response, providing content updates and adjusting DLC strategy, suggests active efforts to rebuild player trust. Okay. And then I think it's absolutely hilarious that they released a non-redacted report. This is fucking great.
The turnaround of the Total War brand. The framing that they've put to investors for this initiative is basically to turn around the brand, and it's a part of a wider change to how they're doing things in Europe. Basically, in Sega's words, they, quote, prioritized autonomy of the studios in the European region too highly, leading to a loss of business balance and deterioration in profitability. Yeah, so it basically turns out that before this, the Western studios were not subject to the same approvals process as Japan, which in fairness clearly seems to have been working. You just need to look at their Japanese performance. So it essentially seems Sega let Europe just do its thing, provided the money came in. Which means that as soon as the money stopped coming in, Sega, well, needed to come in themselves and change shit up. As for what that'll mean to Total War though, well, first up, they recapped what's good, basically strong DLC sales and better recent reviews. Then they talked about the 25th anniversary, which, unlike a lot of big game anniversaries, will be celebrated by no new games releasing. Yes, they've committed to no games, because they've basically realized that continually rushing out minimum viable products doesn't pay in the long run. And I know, a shocking revelation. It only took multiple of those Thrones of Britannia tier games and everything else to to see the absolute obvious. Anyway, what that means for us now is that Tides of Torment, which is the next DLC for Warhammer 3, that's being delayed because they said it basically wouldn't hit the quality bar, and they're planning to make up for that delay with more standalone Hero and Lord releases. Then beyond that, they say that all their work is going into one of the biggest Total War Warhammer content packs ever created in the trilogy, which does sound very hypey, it is their own words, but I think it does add up because putting everything together, including the rumors, it's probably going to be a DLC based in the End Times. That's the big Warhammer Fantasy event that essentially ended the Warhammer Fantasy that you know, and then kind of started off the whole Age of Sigmar thing. It was covering the Vermintide games. And it was, of course, fairly controversial within Warhammer. And now the old Warhammer Fantasy has basically been reconstituted as like another line from Games Workshop. So it's a little bit of a funny thing, but basically it seems they're going all in on these 2 DLCs being real good. And when you think about the release timelines, you know, they used to have a lot of those per year. Now it's pretty much fallen to like 2 a year, 1 a year, actually. I mean, for say 2025. That's a fairly big change. And it's one of those things where I'm often very skeptical whenever companies say things. I prefer to look at action. I think we actually do see action. We see tangible delays, we do see an improvement in quality, and certainly a direction that seems to be the opposite of what got us into this whole mess in the first place. So that's Warhammer 3, but let's go to the bigger picture, because what it's all leading to is actually this December 2025, because that's when they're going to do the Total War 25th Anniversary Showcase. And that's said to have new games for fantasy and history, so as a historical fan, I'm definitely looking forward to that, if a little bit skeptical. As for the when, though, in terms of games, Sega slides say that they may not even be releasing European IP games until fiscal year 2027, which does sound very far away, but it's actually not as far away as you'd think, because fiscal year 27 actually begins in April 2026. As for what all these games will be, though, well, we know Alien Isolation 2 is going to be a thing, but I'd say that's very far off. As for Total War, well, games in 40k, Star Wars, World War I, and a kind of global early 1800s have all been rumored, though apparently the World War I and Star Wars ones are fairly far off, not really surefire. A lot of that stuff could chop and change, but certainly, if they were to do a historic...
Who would be... I don't know if they could pull off a Total War Star Wars game. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I think what's the studio that did Space Marine 2? I think they should partner with the studio that did Space Marine 2 and make a Total Warhammer 40k game. That would actually sell really good.
Article that basically,
because there's like I can imagine that working. Of course, then that would be like a fantasy / sci-fi. So I don't think there's any science fiction Total War games out, is there? No. So yeah, I guess. I mean, what else are you gonna do? They've done all the historical stuff. They've done short of like getting the license to like Lord of the Rings or something like that. They've done the big fantasy stuff. Blizzard wouldn't let them do a Total Warhammer, a Total War Warcraft. There's no way Blizzard would make a good decision like that. Not the Blizzard of today. So
was kind of like Total War Empire, fast forwarded a bit in time, global in scale like Empire. I could certainly see that doing quite well. And overall, it's a bit weird because if you're a Total War fan as I am, you probably hear all of this and think, you know, logically a lot of that sounds good, right? Not shitting out lots and lots of product, lots of slop per year. That's definitely a good thing. But there's undoubtedly, I mean, definitely, there's a void left because there's now not really something to be excited about other than, say, the 2 Warhammer 3 DLCs. And that's actually...
Well, I mean... Well, I mean, nobody was getting excited for the slop either, so...
A good thing. That uncomfortableness, that feeling of loss is unavoidable. I think a lot of the time a company will try to avoid it by, say, trying to shit out a bunch of Thrones of Britannia or Troy, like scoped games, and just doing a bunch of stuff that ends up just beating around the bush, not really being a true solution to the problem. Ultimately, they fucked up really bad. I think the only way to then do things right is to actually accept the hit, to not sell lots of games for a few years, and then return to form. It seems that's actually what they're doing. Here's where we're left then. Sega now actively cares about creative assembly. Finally, but it has been at a price. Staff across all levels of the company have hurt for this. Sega slashed development teams. They gutted leadership, which arguably, is pretty much what should have happened. And then they've integrated the publishing arms of Sega Europe into the wider group. And that it reached this point, I think, could be read as a sign of Sega's absentee nature. And it's kind of funny because Sony have even kind of said similar things, that they just weren't hands-on enough. They weren't really involved as much as they should have been in the quality of their game releases. It's kind of interesting that more and more companies are taking on this language. At the very least for Sega, though, they can point to all of the Japanese stuff that they're doing and say, you know what, we're actually credible. Look at what we're doing. Look at those numbers. So yeah, I'm willing to believe that they were rather absentee, and that is no longer the case. That means that Creative Assembly and Total War are now being tightly scrutinized. We've got plans for a revival over the next few years, which is going to sting. It's going to sting financially. They're not going to get the product they've been used to. But you know what? As someone who has gotten used to that product, I don't want it anyway, and I'd hazard to guess a lot of you don't either, which might be why Total War Warhammer 1 sold like 500,000 or whatever it was in a week, and then you just see the sales numbers absolutely plummet. It's almost as if their leadership just took on this defeatist nature and a complete lack of vision over their business, and that just meant that we were just circling the drain for years. I'm happy to see the end of that. I would rather Total War die than become what I think it was going to become. So compared to the future I expected, say 18 months.
Okay, well at least they're switching direction. This has caught my eye. Internet Historian has a new video out. Didn't Internet Historian get in trouble for? Oh, that's right. Internet Historian like plagiarized somebody for like the Man in the Cave story, but the original, the guy that made that video ended up getting a copyright strike because he plagiarized a mental floss article, like literally just read from it instead of rewriting it or paraphrasing anything. Oh, internet. Oh, internet. Okay. All right, let's see here. This is about Riot actually going for I heard about this. Riot is making esports betting part of its business model, I guess, which that can't, there's probably a lot of, they'll probably make a buttload of money, but there's also probably a lot of downsides to that. We've never seen a studio fumble 100 million this hard. Well, we saw, I guess we can check that out. And then Ubisoft is finished. CEO gives son everything. Oh no. Oh no, more nepotism. Battlefield is out for blood. Oh, that's right. This is a video about here. Let's let me come on. Hold on now. Hold on.
Someone at Sega has made a mistake.
Hold on. I'm already subscribed. Let me give this guy a like, and then if you guys happen to like this guy's videos, please go check him out. Let me put a link here in the chat there. Definitely go check out this guy's videos. I'm subscribed. I think he's got some of the best games industry news out there. So I'm happy to expose you folks to him. EA is going to have to do a lot more than just release a halfway decent Battlefield game for me to want to come back to them. Battlefield Bad Company 2 was the greatest Battlefield game ever. Battlefield 3 could have been, but they screwed up, in my opinion, by fragmenting the community based on who got DLC and who didn't. Because it was like, they basically, so instead of getting to play with people that had purchased the DLC, if you hadn't purchased the DLC, they just like sectioned you off into people who didn't have any DLC. And then if somebody had bought, if they had like 3 DLCs out there and you had bought 2 of those, you would have been in a separate player pool than the people that had than the people that had only 1 DLC or all 3 DLCs or no DLCs. So they had a different bucket for each possible combination of the various DLCs that you could get. They just fragmented the hell out of the community. And I had so much fun with Battlefield 3 when it first came out, and then they screwed it up. I don't think I've bought an EA game since. So yeah, we'll have to see. I'll give we'll give what is it, Battlefield 6? Let's give it a year or 2 and see what they do with it. I haven't bought an EA game in forever. And then I do want to check this one out. Valve is forced to censor games. Now they've outed MasterCard. So let's check this out, because we saw this is like a bunch of games disappeared, and it wasn't just on Steam. It was a couple other places. So let's get the inside from Bellular News. And then I do need to spend some time focusing on some data entry for some personal stuff. So I can't really share my screen. So I think what we'll do is we'll check out Internet
This video is made possible by Saley.
We'll check out Internet Historian's latest video. I have no idea what it's about. Ever given, ever taken away. What is it even here? How the $1 billion Ever Given cargo ship got stuck in the Suez Canal. Oh, this is going to be great. Okay. Yep, I remember hearing about this. I remember hearing about that. Somebody clearly was not paying attention and steered the boat in the wrong way. All right,
who controls what games you can buy? The answer, sadly, is not Steam, it's not developers, and it's not even governments, because this week actually proved that it's MasterCard.
Oh, let me go ahead and give this guy a like again. I'm already subscribed, so I can only like all of his videos one time. But I would suggest that you folks go check out his videos and give him a like as well. And I would suggest subscribing, because again, I think this guy has the best games industry news out there.
They can fine platforms $200,000 for selling games with, quote, no artistic value, because apparently MasterCard are the judges of artistic value. But here's what MasterCard did not expect. They did not expect thousands of gamers flooding their call centers, and that actually working. And with that happening, the payment processors are beginning to crack. We've even got Valve making big statements. The payment processors even finally admitted a little bit of a truth that lies beneath all of this. It's a humongous story, and so it's actually understandable. We've got to begin with collective shout. But hang on a sec, I've got something really cool. So, do you know what's nice? Never not having the cable that I need, while also having a bag that isn't full of cables. And today, Ugreen, who are our sponsor, are at it again, and they're letting me achieve that. So get a load of these, right? This is their latest models, which now have got built-in retractable cables. These are absolutely amazing. But it is still handy to have a cable in case you need one, say for charging multiple devices, and that's where this comes in. This is, very simple, a little retractable cable. And man, it's absolutely brilliant. It's got a tiny footprint, and it never gets tangled, it never gets snagged, and it stores away neatly. It's so nice. And then, of course, we got the 20,000 milliamp hour battery. This thing is awesome. It'll charge up at 100 watts. It can output 100 watts as well through its retractable cable, plus 65 watts from the USB-C at the same time for 165 watts of once, which is enough capacity to recharge your MacBook Air 13.
What a great product. I don't want to skip this because I like this guy's videos, and I think he's got to make his money, right? So again, that's why I linked his videos in chat. So I highly suggest you guys check him out. But this actually does look like a pretty good product. The retractable cable thing is actually kind of a stroke of genius. And it's so obvious, I wonder why nobody's thought of it before.
1.3 times, or say an iPhone 16, 3.6 times, which is a lot. It's very handy when you're traveling, and it'll charge from every port at once. And then finishing off my kit, this is just lovely. 65 watt charger, retractable cable built in, and I just really didn't appreciate how nice it is not having a rat's nest of cables everywhere. And of course, being Ugreen, these have overvolt, overcharge, overtemperature, and short circuit protection, and basically, I'm always staggered by their price to performance. It's actually at the stage now where my parents, my partner, and my colleagues are defaulting to Ugreen for very good reason, and you'll find the best prices for these with the links below. Let's start with the people who kicked this off. Activism group Collective Shout decided to set the record straight. Obviously, they really did kick quite the hornet's nest. So, they say that they're fighting false claims and misinformation, and here's their story, at least as they present it. They say they only reached out to payment processors after Steam ignored them since April, and their post stresses something that they say is very important. The Collective Shout never asked itch to remove all adult content, just content that involved sexualized violence and torture of women. Now, that is content that's actually illegal in some territories. Now, what they said here is partially true, but there's a little bit of a problem. Their original call to action explicitly framed these platforms as facilitating child abuse game sales. That's the thing. They didn't just say specific games, they said platform. They targeted the platforms. And that's the sort of content that would be globally illegal, and therefore very good reason for payment processors to act swiftly. So, what's really happening here? How do we actually break this down? Essentially, right, Collective Shout wants to take credit for their win, but they also want to deflect blame for how it actually played out in the real world. They basically say that they wanted specific games to be removed, but they never back that up by actually mentioning what those games are. And then they imply that they couldn't predict how Steam and itch would react to what they did, that masses of games would end up being purged. But here's the thing, Collective Shout. Don't patronize us. You've used payment processors before. We know you know how this works. But at least for now, they're simply deflecting blame. They're arguing that itch didn't have to purge everything. But here's the problem. Realistically, they're wrong. Itch pretty much had no choice. It's a sensitive topic, but itch has talked just about as much as they're able to. With single-digit staff, they're essentially juggling angry developers, rightly angry developers, and a bunch of technical problems on the platform. Certainly doesn't look fun. And we've got this July 28th FAQ that explained their lack of options. Essentially, right, because itch is an open platform, they couldn't just remove specific games like Steam does. That's because they simply don't know about every game, because it's an open platform. They have a single-digit staff count. So in an ideal world, creators would just be honest about everything, and that would solve the issue. But we all know that that does not work at scale. So they essentially felt that mass de-indexing basically had to happen. At least that's their point of view. But itch does say that those games, they've been de-indexed. They're not gone. So here's what they maintain. The de-indexed or delisted content should still be available to users. That's of course as long as creators haven't went and removed the pages themselves. Now there's been confusion here, and that's down to some games. Consume Me, Last Call, and Mouthwashing were flagged by players and press. But what's odd is those games were already de-indexed before any of this stuff started. Itch's position is basically that if you lost access to a game completely, then something is wrong and you should contact them, because it ain't supposed to be like that. But then there's the payment processor problem, and that follows a similar logic. People basically pointed out their policy of withholding payments from banned accounts. Itch responded to that, saying, "We have no interest in withholding anyone's earnings." Basically, that policy existed before this crisis, and it exists to stop grifters from breaking their rules and profiting. It's just that in light of everything that's happened over the last fortnight, it's, not exactly ideal. But at least
for those of you Yankees out there, a fortnight is 2 weeks. I learned that and I felt smart. That's how the British say 2 weeks, fortnight.
for now, they're trying to look forward.
I guess everybody knows that now because of the game Fortnite. Oh well.
So here's basically what they've updated us with. They've tried talking to payment processors, and they've gotten a list of problematic topics, and all of those topics are now banned on their store. That is, of course, even though not all those topics are illegal, and you'll need to remember that distinction, because we'll come back to it later in the video. Because, well, fortunately for your content listening and watching experience, that's just the start. So here's the latest development. They've actually found out how to get around this whole problem. Basically, itch can now reindex free adult content. The reason why is real simple. If the game's free, then payment processors aren't involved, so they can't complain. And that means that going forward, there's going to be a new system. Content warning tags for anything marked not safe for work. And this will basically help the itch team start to rebuild paid access to tagged games. Because those games are going to be back, and itch is already reaching out to new payment processors, ones that perhaps may be comfortable with these products. They're also, of course, getting some hard definitions from existing partners because, hey,
let's back that up a little bit and let's see the smirk on his face when he says hard definitions.
They're also,
Because we were talking about adult games.
of course, getting some hard definitions from
He knew what he was doing. He absolutely did that.
existing partners.
This I like this guy. He's great. Did I already like this video? I already like this video. I wish I could like it more than once for that.
It's because, hey, no one likes a soft definition. And that brings
Oh, he's got jokes.
us to Stripe. Nice and hard. They're a titan of the digital payment industry, so their position in this actually does matter. And they told Itch they can't process anything for gratification, but more importantly, two things. One, they explain why, and two, responding to all this, Valve talked. And because of that, we're beginning to understand what the hell is going on. Valve usually say very little until they're absolutely forced, but obviously it's been a spicy few weeks, and they've taken quite a lot of actions. And that means we've got a...
Oh, that caught my eye. Detained by government and probably blacklisted by NVIDIA. GPU smuggling deep dive. Oh my goodness. Oh, the Terra 4 heats up. We might have to watch that before we watch Internet Historian. How long is that? 14 minutes? Yeah, we'll probably watch that first.
perfect, I mean perfect case study. Meet Vile Exhumed. Lovely name for a lovely game. It's from a solo dev and boutique horror publisher called Dread XP. And this game was close enough to release to actually have reviews in the press, but it's now not going to launch in Steam. The store page? Gone. The 3,000 plus wish lists? Deleted. And that blows because that is a real asset for a game developer. And honestly, if you're not in Steam, you're really going to struggle in sales. Now, all this happened after bouncing around the approval process for a month, and the denial reason was this, quote, sexual content with depictions of real people. But here's what's important, right? It's weird. Vile Exhumed is a horror game that's not meant to be exploitative. It's basically one of those fake desktop indie games. The whole thing is you unpack a mystery through FMVs and text logs. It explores misogyny and parasocial relationships via implied adult content. Now, the point is the player should feel uncomfortable. That's entirely the point. And it should have sailed through approval when you look at its content, especially with an established publishing partner. But this week it didn't. And without a statement from Valve, we really couldn't know what's happening internally. So the good news is we do have a statement from Valve. To hit Valve's response, I first got to tell you what they've responded to. So MasterCard put out a public statement on, quote, recent headlines on gaming content. Hello. Anyway, they explicitly deny asking any platform to restrict sales, and they say that they haven't actually evaluated a individual game. Their claim is they allow all legal products to be sold. They only ban illegal purchases. Visa actually told customers the same thing, which would certainly make the last few weeks really confusing, wouldn't it? Because lots of perfectly legal content has been delisted from these stores. And, well, that is why Valve kind of just went and shot MasterCard and Visa down almost immediately. So, Valve released a rare statement to Kotaku, and here's what they revealed. MasterCard refused to talk to them directly. So that blows. Instead, what happened is MasterCard talked to their network of payment processors and banks, and then those middlemen then went and talked to Valve. And they basically refused to accept Valve's own content policy. They said that Valve must follow MasterCard's rule 5.12.7, which is thrilling. What's that rule? Well, that rule does ban illegal content, sure, but it also says any content that, quote, reflects negatively on MasterCard can be banned. Or, this is the real banger, content that, quote, lacks serious artistic value. I'm really glad that they are the people who now, yes, judge what serious and unserious artistic value is. Cool, awesome that payment processors are now the judges of art. Fantastic. And if you breach that rule, MasterCard can revoke your ability to process transactions and impose a $200,000 fine. And that's where this all falls apart. It's also why Rule 15 exists in Steam. That was the rule, if you remember, basically said any content that may break payment processor rules, that Valve basically can kick that off Steam. Because, well, turns out this, what we just talked about, explains why Valve said may break. Really blows. Now, the content that's been removed, well, unless you're in specific territories looking at specific games, it's legal. And this is where Stripe then come in. Stripe confirmed this in their response to Itch. They said they can't process anything related to gratification. And the reason why? Well, according to Stripe, it's restrictions placed on them by their banking partners. Not by the law, by banking partners, because ultimately it's about risk management. It's PR risk of being targeted by groups like Collective Shout, so hello again to you guys. But there's also a higher risk of chargebacks on adult products, and this would be one of the unit economic problems that we'd be dealing with here. And as GameIndustry.biz highlighted, basically they're losing money on refunds from embarrassed customers. But I think what's kind of key is that over these last few weeks, the real challenge to this whole system has actually been you. Turns out rebellions can kind of work, so the internet exploded with stories, YouTube did, it was quite a time. People were reaching out to Visa and MasterCard, just inundating their call centers. Yeah, so you're working in a call center, maybe you're a robot, who knows, but just legions of gamers over the horizon, flooding your phone lines. Now, this then meant that scripts circulated because, as you know, call centers all rely on scripts. And because people got scripts, well, we're gamers! We made guides. So you would basically end up with people having guides on how to reach various departments. And this would cover things like the right keywords to say. And the overall approach was never be aggressive, feign ignorance to waste their time. And some people even found a few allies working in these calls.
Called Visa today. The phone operator was a self-described gamer. When I said I had a complaint about policy, he immediately knew what it was about, told me that the call was recorded, said there was an extremely large volume of calls about the issue, and he hopes that it will make a difference.
Call centers. And what really pushed this is that many of the plans and many of the guides for dealing with these companies, well, those came from artists and creatives. And the reason why is those people have already been forced from sites like Gumroad. So basically, they've seen this whole playbook before. But this time what's a bit different is we're actually seeing a real impact. As an example, Aftermath tracked the pattern over time, and as more and more call center resources got eaten up, the responses from these companies changed. And per their source, they went from, quote, respectful to defensive with each passing day. Others reported something that's also interesting, that across multiple calls, they got different scapegoats as for who is actually to blame here. So the pressure just kept on building. These companies then felt forced to address mainstream headlines because it turned out that their whole policies designed around avoiding bad PR led to them getting bad PR. Because whenever someone like me can sit down in the internet and say, hey everyone, MasterCard now get to decide what is or is not artistically valid, that's obviously pretty bad for them. Now, what all of this pressure did is kind of reveal the truth here. That this is not happening because of laws. It's happening because of these companies' policies. Now, these are private companies, and they are deciding how stores work. They're deciding how art gets distributed and what even is constituted as art. Now, Itch found a shortcut here to distribute free content, and that would essentially work for now. It's a stopgap measure. Maybe some people could accept donations. Or maybe you could find some of the more, just full liberal, do whatever you want, payment processors, right? To maybe do DLC. It's been a long-running thing in the Aero game sector. You get the game for free, and then there's some sketchy site you can get a bunch of DLC.
Aero? For erotic. Okay.
See from it, that's the real spicy stuff. But that's not an overall market solution.
Gooners Rising. This is great. But it is fucked up that payment processors can just delist people's work. That's fucked up.
And obviously, there's been a chilling effect here. There's a humongous, just false positive rate that has hurt so many developers. And it just erodes confidence in the market. And that is bad for the industry as a whole. This is obviously not a viable situation. Players and platforms are looking for solutions. And the good news is, next time, we'll take a look at what the industry has proposed to fix this entire goddamn mess. So stay tuned to that. And if you want a nice family story that doesn't involve gratification, or maybe unlike some of these games, check out this one on Ubisoft, because they are keeping it in the...
Okay. Let's check out... I was going to check out this Internet Historian thing, but where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, I think I might have reloaded this thing. Hold on. Let's go here. We're going to check out Gamers Nexus. Give me just a sec. So Intel's falling apart. This is 8 hours ago, but there was another one I wanted to see. Detained. This one, GPU smuggling deep dive. I wonder if it was he that got detained, or if they detained by government and probably blacklisted by NVIDIA for our next investigation. Oh shit.
We've been investigating.
Okay, so these guys are fighting the power. So this is Gamers Nexus. As you can see, I'm subscribed. I'm gonna go ahead and give them a like, and then let me link this video to you folks in the chat too. I highly suggest you go over there and give them some love too. Like I said, they're fighting the power, and they've been in a couple of spats with NVIDIA and other manufacturers because of some of those manufacturers' shady business practices, and they call those motherfuckers out. So these guys definitely have my respect. They're not just towing the PR line and saying what the manufacturers want people to say. They're actually doing their independent investigation and making those results public. So let's check this out.
We've been investigating the NVIDIA GPU black market in China for the last 3 weeks, and this is our biggest story yet. And also, I may or may not have been detained for an extended period of time for questioning at customs by one of the two governments involved in relation to getting this story. But I've been advised not to talk about that today. Also, we might upset NVIDIA again. So this story is pretty crazy because we found and spoke to smugglers, middlemen, and users of so-called AI GPUs, which have been banned by the United States government for sale into China. And in a world first, we got several of these people involved in the chain of fueling this black market of GPUs to go on camera and talk about either.
Well, that's great. Well, I mean, when you ban something, you instantly create a black market. Them's the rules.
Selling them or using the cards.
And then for those of you just joining us, I'm sorry, I'm filling out a bunch of personal paperwork on stuff. I can't share my screen because it's all private info. So we're just checking out. I just got to get this stuff done first. And I got to get a couple other things done, and then we can do some video editing, some script writing, and some gaming. But I have to do what I have to do before I can do what I want to do. So, we're just hanging out. Say hi in the chat. Let's see how Gamers Nexus is doing.
As recently as a day ago, the U.S. government arrested 2 Chinese nationals for smuggling GPUs past U.S. borders for export into China to be sold on the black market. We're making a full-length movie about all of this, and we need your help. In this story, we spent 2 weeks traveling over 2,300 miles, or 3,700 kilometers, inside China to talk to those in the know. We then spent a week in Taiwan to find intermediary companies. We worked with this guy in Huizhou, known as Mr. 5, and we asked him this question.
你觉得 NVIDIA 知道这个是当然知道的，但是就是它是怎么说呢？睁一只眼闭一只眼。
This is like you turn a blind eye.
This was the exact same idiomatic proverb given by 2 other middlemen in Shenzhen.
Do you think NVIDIA knows? Do they try to stop it?
就是它是这样，可能就像睁一只眼闭一只眼。
They agreed to let us record the conversation, but said we couldn't show their faces.
可以，就是
Just can't show their face.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
and our company name.
In Hong Kong, we visited Dr. Vinci Chow's hand-built server at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, a user and purchaser of GPUs which are now export controlled.
I mean, but it's supposed to be banned, right?
Yes.
But you can just buy it retail in a store.
As I said, it's not illegal to buy them.
Right. But I guess what surprised me is how easy it is to buy them.
With the right price.
We met with a dealer of smuggled GPUs in Huaqiangbei who told us just how easy it is to get these supposedly banned GPUs in China by walking us across the street to introduce us to his suppliers.
市场很多啊，就是帅哥就很多了。
Does he need to make any trips to SEG to buy stuff that we could potentially go with him for? You know what I mean? Like if he has any need to go to Saigo to buy stuff, would he be interested in us following him to accompany him?
Yeah.
If you could find a soft way to present that, I guess.
His cousin made tea and told us about the integrated circuit supply business,
哎，兄弟，闭根管。
which fuels memory modules to people like this guy, Brother Zhang.
你在这里有48 GB 的4090吗？
我们可以现做。
They can make one right now.
Okay.
对，我们可以现做的。
Okay. Hey, cool.
Brother John takes defective NVIDIA PCBs and extracts the GPU while adding new memory modules to create high VRAM capacity GPUs like 4090s and...
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So things that are like things that like aren't working due to manufacturer defect, they probably buy those in bulk because they're considered defunct, and then it looks like they clearly have the technical specifications and abilities to analyze what exactly is wrong. They remove those components and then build a whole new board out of the components that were working, because maybe the VRAM wasn't, maybe it was one VRAM chip that wasn't working on one board, so they take out all the other VRAM chips except that one, and they toss that, and they'll take like the central processing unit on the GPU board. Maybe that one wasn't working, but they've got another one where it was, so they just Frankenstein a working board together. Okay, I can see. Okay, that's damn. That's fucking great. Should start a business like that here in the States, and then you wouldn't have to worry about all the tariff bullshit.
Possibly soon 5090s that not only aren't supposed.
Of course, there's probably some sort of stupid law, anti-competition law that would prevent you from doing that, which is why they're doing it in China.
To be sold to China according to the US, but aren't even official SKUs from NVIDIA, and they're in high demand for AI servers.
So what did he say? Sometimes people buy like 10 or 20 at a time or something?
He gets a 10 or 20 orders.
Right.
Dude, how hot does that heat gun have to be to heat up that solder? Bro.
Time. Yeah, for AI.
Yeah.
Running like language.
Look at that. You can see there's so much heat coming off of that thing. It's turning the solder. It's heating the solder up so much that it's slightly boiling and then raising.
Running models or...
We were also guided around Dongguan.
Hold on, I want to see that again.
We'll buy like 10 or 20 at a time.
And what is he doing here? It looks like they're scrubbing. So this is a solder iron, and it looks like he's... Oh, no. Okay, so I think what's happening here is there's this extra bead of solder, and he's hitting this up so that the solder actually fills in all these little connection holes right here, so that when they do something like this to that, it'll also raise up those things, and then you can drop the chip into the interface on the silicone. That's fucking wild.
But aren't...
This is them removing one.
Even official SKUs from NVIDIA, and they're in high demand for AI servers.
So what did he say? Sometimes people buy like 10 or 20 at a time or something?
He gets a 10 or 20 orders at a time. Yeah,
so
for AI.
Yeah.
Running like language, running models or...
We were also guided around Dongguan by a guy who called himself the Chinese Eminem. We then realized the best way to understand how GPUs get in and how this black market works would be to buy a GPU which was smuggled into China. So we wired thousands of dollars.
Steven.
Yes.
Oh, there's where you fucked up. You should have brought the money with you instead of wiring it.
Steven?
Yeah, how's it going?
Oh my god. Alright, you ready? I'll help you here.
Yeah, so I've got $3,289 going out.
Perfect.
And their bank.
Okay.
You'll find out if that worked in the full-length movie we're making. For this story, no more anonymous sources say bullshit.
Should have brought the cash with you, bro. You probably... Yeah. Yeah, could have thought a little bit, like, those wire... Like, I worked in the fintech sector, so... you probably set off all kinds of red flags doing that shit. Should have just brought the cash.
That you see in all the big publications. We spent months finding people to go on record and on camera.
And all you got to do is go to a currency exchange station that is not within 10 miles of an airport, and you get a hell of a better deal. If you go to currency exchange that's anywhere within an international airport, there's like anywhere from there's around 100 to a couple 100% increase in the exchange and what you'll get charged for the exchange rate. But if you go further than 10 or 20 miles away from an international airport, it drops back down to like actual reasonable competitive price.
Camera. So this story is special, but to finish the story, we need your help. We're launching our own version of a Kickstarter that we've linked below to help fund our production budget. This movie has a release date, August 15th, so it's coming out in just a week. To make this as good as we can, we want to pull all resources to focus on only this. This will help fund our existing research, travel, staff, and production costs, thus far totaling about $100,000 now, most of which has been months and months of time across multiple team members researching, finding leads, and training for this trip. Our backer rewards include exclusive benefits like additional footage and bonus videos only for backer tiers, very small group live stream Q&A sessions with me where you can ask about the project, our testing, or even job-seeking advice in the industry if you want, and more, like behind-the-scenes videos with the production and research teams for this unique story. All of these tiers are named in a way that's themed around smuggling, and so the highest tier here is the Kingpin, which includes Kingpin KPX thermal paste. That's right, I contacted the actual Kingpin to provide Kingpin thermal paste for our Kingpin backer tier. We're also launching this brand new Turn a Blind Eye t-shirt referencing the Chinese idiom that our contacts kept uttering when we asked if NVIDIA was aware of the circumvention of export controls for sale of its GPUs into China.
睁一只眼闭一只眼。
The text is written in traditional Chinese characters. It's read top down, right to left, and it feels sort of like a skyline from Hong Kong, inspired by it. This is handmade art by Andrew on the team, showing one open and one closed eye with cyberpunk-style, Blade Runner-esque theming to fit the Hong Kong part of the trip. Our highest tier also includes a credit in the video if you bought on or before August 14th, and includes a watercolor painting of the Hong Kong city skyline on canvas that my mom actually painted based on one of the photos I took. We need your help more than ever to make this story a reality. Some of our stretch goals include publishing the most complete timeline of GPU bans on the internet so far, using our website and posting the article ad-free. Another includes publishing large parts of our research document as another article free of third-party ads, with another stretch goal eliminating any third-party direct ad sales from the movie itself to restrict the movie to only have GN store ads and, of course, the usual YouTube AdSense. Our research document for this investigation is already over 450 pages and has been collected over a period of 4 months now, making this our most expensive and extensive video yet. But also, we think the most important. We want this to be the most comprehensive and interesting piece looking into this peculiar world where a black market now isn't just drugs and guns, but is also video cards that
We're living in a cyberpunk novel. It's fucking great. Black market for GP and CPUs. That's great. The future is here. We're already living in the future. How can you say we're not already living in the future when this shit's going on?
at one point could have been perceived for just gaming. We're launching the video on August 15th. It has a firm release date, and all that remains now is how much we can polish it and refine it. We're trying to hire drone pilots for additional shots. We're working on getting custom music made by Matt Heafy of Trivium fame and by Aaron Pauley.
Oh, fuck yeah, Trivium is you want to get your thrash metal fix on with some complex riffs, go check out Trivium. What's the album name? Shogun. Go check out the album Shogun. There's not a bad song on it. Fuck yeah, Trivium. That's fucking great. Aaron Pauley. That's awesome.
From Of Mice and Men, among other tracks, and we're hoping to pause production of several other video projects so we can use the budget to fully focus on making this our best investigation yet. It's something that GN is uniquely capable of doing in this space, so we want to make sure it's good and provide something that you haven't seen before. The digital rewards are only included in the backer tiers, like the wallpapers and the bonus videos, all themed around GPU smuggling in the titling. Those are only available for a few weeks. Most of the physical items will remain available on the store after, or individually, if you'd like to spend less and still support us while just getting 1 or 2 items. The whole story is fascinating and took us all around Asia, and NVIDIA has been incredibly sensitive about this subject. Months ago, there was a company talking about how GPUs were being smuggled in with lobsters. NVIDIA responded defensively, stating that it'd be better if American companies would focus on innovation rather than making up tall tales about sensitive electronics with lobsters. And we looked into that too. But I gotta save some things for the video. It's interesting further that if you really think about it, a lot of the cards that are banned for sale into China by the US government, they're made in China. so they can make them, but technically the US says that the companies that have them made are not allowed to sell them to China, where they're made. And so we looked into that too, because it's always possible.
Well, welcome to international manufacturing.
For a card to fall off the back of a truck on its way to a port or something, and that was something we were curious about. The GPU silicon isn't
Yeah, it happens all the time in New York. Tony can get you anything you want out the back of a truck.
There, that's made in Taiwan, but the assembly and the making of all the other parts, like the shrouds, the PCBs, most of the VRM components, that tends to be done in China. Most of that is in Huizhou and Shenzhen, which we went to. Speaking of Taiwan, we also hopped over there to spend time speaking to people in the GPU supply chain for the story. The whole story is just interesting because it's really bizarre and dystopian, and this sort of, it's like a future that we live in now. You'd see it in a movie or something where normally a black market is for drugs or guns or something that you'd think of as really bad in some capacity. So you're definitely not supposed to be able to get, but you can through these illicit means. And yet the people we spoke to as part of this story who are involved in GPU supply into China, where according to the US government, they're not supposed to be able to get a lot of these cards, the people we worked with referred to it as a black market for GPUs, or sometimes a gray market. And at the end of all of this, you have something where you just take a step back and look at it, and it's like, these are video cards that feasibly you could buy for playing video games, a lot of them, 4090s, 5090s, and yes, there's bands of Blackwell, B100, B200, H100, those to A100, the high-end AI GPUs or data center GPUs that wouldn't be for gaming, those are of course on the list too. But the fact remains that cards which we've reviewed and benchmarked in, I don't know, Final Fantasy are so valuable that they get smuggled into another country for sale. And of course, it's for things outside of gaming, but it could be gaming too. And when you look at it through that lens of, this is a thing that we all in our audience know from just a hobby of PC building, and it is so obscenely valuable outside of that hobby that people are willing to risk some kind of fines or potentially detainment or maybe even jail, getting it out of places it's not supposed to get out of because it's so valuable, to then sell it somewhere it's not supposed to be sold. And that makes it fascinating to us. That's why we covered this. So it's a big adventure. Tannen went with me for this. He was the one on the camera and running the audio for that. So just for context, normally, as far as like how important and crazy this story was, someone on the camera team would go with me for that. But due to other scheduling conflicts and how kind of down to the last minute this came across the wire, they weren't able to go. Tannen is a writer. He writes content. He had zero experience using like a studio camera and audio gear before we went. And so Vitaly, Andrew, and Mike spent 4 weeks doing extensive training with Tannen to get him ready and prepped for this trip. And he went with me and we shot it all. He spent 3 weeks in the field with me for his first real project. And it came together great. We're really happy with it. So he killed it. The team killed it on training him. And now we're in the editing stages where myself and the rest of the team, we're getting it across the line to finalize it. Really crazy.
So this is going to be a really good documentary. I can't wait till they announce when it comes out. I will definitely find a way to watch it.
Story though, where the team is heavily involved here at all stages. I mean, on Tannen's side, he went from zero camera experience to having to do this trip and did well with it. Ben on the team is the one who put together hundreds of pages of research. He has, I think it's over like 140 hours on this project now, just researching and helping me figure out who do we talk to, where do we need to go when we're in China. On my side, I spent a lot of time studying Chinese so I could just use the right words having these conversations. Because, like, believe it or not, it never came up in my tutoring sessions how to say black market. And I really felt like I would have had to explain that if I had asked. So that's where I spent some of my time, in addition to the research and the planning and all that stuff, logistics. But we're excited about it. And in the meantime, to help us finalize things, please head over to our page and support our project. Tiers include new shirt designs like our Blind Eye t-shirt, our Blacklisted t-shirt that I was wearing in this video, and our GPU Paper launch shirt. We also have GPU back.
Let's check that out really quick. Store.Gamers Nexus. Official store. Okay, yeah, there's the t-shirt. Oh, that's a cool shot glass. Oh, cool. Yeah, well, definitely. If you guys want, go support these guys here. I'll put a post of their store. Right there. There we go. I was trying to see. So. Okay, so they're doing like, what are they doing? Like a stretch goal? Oh, I get it. Okay, so if you go to their black market GPU backers, you can purchase these packages here, and it will go towards the production values of this documentary that they're making. So yeah, here's a bunch of great stills. They went all the way over to China. Clearly, we've just been watching their video on that. So yeah, I can't wait for this documentary to come out. I think this will be great. These people are really doing like great in-depth investigative work, especially in the tech sector, that you just you haven't gotten out of. I guess what do you call it? Legacy media in a long time. So this is very impressive. I'm happy these guys are doing this type of work. And I want to support them any way I can.
Backplate stickers and side panel stickers that we've designed. Like this one that says Black Market in Chinese characters with a Nexus Smuggling Company label. We sized it to fit most modern GPU backplates and fit that sort of cyberpunk dystopian theme for your build. That's in addition to digital wallpapers, exclusive Q&A videos, and more. This video is pretty unique for GN. We've done a few of these now where, I don't know, if you think about our 3-hour tariffs deep dive, we learned from that process and that format, and we're continuing to iterate on the format and apply it here. So that's what we're trying to do again, but keep improving on it. Really fun stuff. We're best known, I think, for the benchmarks and reviews out of the things that we do, but these are becoming more common. We are able to do that because of your support.
And that's why they get in trouble, is because like NVIDIA and other chipset manufacturers say like, oh, you have to use this software to benchmark things, and typically they're the ones that are writing NVIDIA is like writing that software, Intel is. And if you use like a third party, then they say it's like an invalid test, but there's a bunch of shady business practices going on in the chipset manufacturing. These guys call that stuff out. So again, that's another reason to support them.
Board. This stuff's incredibly expensive, both in time and just actual cost. I mean, again, we spent 3 weeks out of the country to produce this. So, and again, we've got a firm launch date on that video, so it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of how much we can polish it and continue to refine it in these last 2 weeks or so of production. So hit the links in the description below to help us out. Visit that page. We could really use it on this one more than anything we've done in the past. And as always, subscribe for more. Make sure to set a calendar reminder for the 15th. We're gonna be launching the video then. And in the meantime, check back as always for other content, and we'll see you all next time.
Okay, well that was great. So that's coming out in a couple of days then. Very cool. This video was just released. Did we open this up? Yeah, this is Intel falling apart. I'm like I said, I'm filing a bunch of like I got laid off a little while ago, so I'm doing some job hunting, and I got to file some paperwork and stuff. So that's what I'm doing while we're checking these videos out. I think this will be the last Gamers Nexus video because I'm interested to see like what's going on with Intel. They used to be dominant. They're really getting their butts kicked by AMD recently. And then we got an internet historian video talking about that ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal. So we'll check that out. And then I should be done with all the paperwork that I got to do. Then we will move over to, I got to write a script for a hotkey tutorial. I've got part 1 of a video already done, which is basically like an introduction into Turtle WoW. And then I need to, part 2 of that is going to be a hotkey tutorial, because I don't want people like getting excited about Turtle WoW and playing and then developing bad habits. So I want to make sure that I release here's how to sign up and get started on Turtle WoW. Here's how to set up your hotkeys. I want to do that at the same time. Yeah, I really want to dive into that, but I gotta do a couple of personal things first. So that's why we're hanging out.
Intel's in free fall. It's collapsing. In the last few months, Intel has been very busy for a lot of bad reasons. Intel has floated the idea of stopping node advancement without major customers. It has halted construction of fabs that it's received tens of billions of dollars for in worldwide government funding. It's selling off business groups, outsourcing entire departments, and has filed 30 worker adjustment and retraining notifications, aka layoffs, across 5 states to remove 10% of its US workforce, on top of the nearly 20,000 people who were either laid off or voluntarily left last year and preceding the next round of layoffs already publicly planned. So it's not good. It's in what feels like a death spiral. That's not hyperbole here. This is all of these things that we're talking about today are very bad things for Intel. And it ended July of this year by letting its employees and stakeholders know a few things. Intel let everyone know that after a long month of layoffs, they're not over. They also said that construction in Ohio is slowing. Operations in Costa Rica are shrinking. Plans for expansion in Germany and Poland are axed. The foundry pivot that had been both figuratively and literally bought into under Gelsinger's leadership will now be reversed. And the company's fate relies on a yet not existing customer who trusts Intel 14A enough to invest in it, something that not even Intel is confident doing enough on its own. So everything Intel is doing at this point looks like a complete collapse on itself. It has no marketable CPUs for at least the desktop space. It's just not a good reason to buy them in the space we're in. The fabs, as a result of that, have been shrinking because Intel was Intel's own biggest customer for Intel's fabs. And that customer, Intel, no longer needs as many CPUs as it used to. It has partially completed extremely expensive construction sites all around the world, including some that, as far as we know, will continue, like in Arizona, but others where Intel has explicitly stated that they are stopping, pausing, or halting, or intentionally slowing construction. And this is all in addition to Intel selling its own assets, stopping investments, as it has publicly stated, and this might help Intel stop the bleeding. We just wonder what Intel's game plan is when the bleeding is complete. Like when Intel is lying there and it has managed to stop bleeding out, but it can't get up on its own and no one's around. It's like, what's the plan here? Because they need something after this period to continue to exist. And so at this point, with the slowdown of investments, it looks like there really won't be anything left. And we're either witnessing the start of Intel's death spiral, or we are witnessing, in the words of Intel's now CEO Lip Butan, quote, a comeback that will be studied in business schools for generations to come, end quote. And that is one
Well, of course the CEO is going to say that.
hell of a thing to say before we're anywhere even close to seeing the comeback part of that. Like that is very early to start counting those chickens. They are not even eggs yet. So we recently talked about how Intel feels like the only hope in the GPU market to bring some kind of balance and knock the incumbents around a little bit, even if it's not competitive on performance, just on price. That's still true. But Intel has, at this point, depressurized. It's in a state of free fall. It's stalled out. Intel's fabs don't really have as many orders from Intel's product side anymore because no one's buying them. It's sort of like when the flight attendants tell you that you need to put your own oxygen mask on first before you help someone put their own on. Intel needs to help itself first before anyone else can be involved. But the problem is Intel doesn't know which side of the oxygen mask it's supposed to breathe on. That's the problem.
Thanks, Steve.
We brought you this video with our NVIDIA AI GPU black market investigation backer rewards for our 3-hour-long movie launching on August 15th. The backer rewards include our new Turn a Blind Eye t-shirt, referencing the phrase iterated by multiple on-camera sources when we asked of NVIDIA's awareness to export control circumvention. We also have new sticker packs, including GPU Shredder paper launch stickers and black market Nexus Smuggling Company stickers, among other items like our new GPU VRAM glassware with gold halo rim. We recently announced that we're producing a long-form movie diving into how a modern, high-tech black market operates, including interviews on camera with suppliers, middlemen, and users of AI GPUs, plus discussion with smugglers. The project cost us over $100,000 now, and we need help to finish the investigative report. To help fund this effort, click the link below to our black market self-made fundraiser, sort of like a Kickstarter, and get exclusive backer rewards only available for the next few weeks, like our bonus video content, group Q&A session with me, canvas print, and our physical items, like t-shirts, glassware, and stickers. Thanks for your support in making this unique video a reality. And remember, check back on August 15th to watch it. All right, so we have a few major topics today. This is recapping all the news from Intel for the past year or so, especially this year. This includes the sort of dwindling down or potential death of at least some of the fabs, the inability to compete in the product side, which we've known about, the death spiral that it's sort of entering right now, and then the plan for what's next, at least according to Intel. There was also some interesting news as we moved to filming this piece, which is that US President Trump just floated the idea of 100% tariffs on semiconductors made by companies not manufactured in the US. This statement could help or hurt Intel. It's really not clear right now. The help part's pretty obvious why that might be the case, because if you cannot have a 100% tariff by making it through Intel, then good for Intel. On the other hand, if it causes complete chaos, or if TSMC is able to capitalize on that, because TSMC also is building fabs in the US right now, right next to Intel, then it might not help Intel that much. But that's not what we're focusing on today. That just kind of came down the pipe as we're putting the rest of this together. Most of this is about Intel handling its own problems, and we'll start with the death of the fabs. Fabs are fabrication plants for silicon. They are extremely high-tech. It is possibly the most advanced manufacturing on the planet. We've toured one of Intel's own in Arizona, including its neighboring construction site. Hopefully those finish. Otherwise, our documentary tour will just become useful B-roll for someone in the future documenting the end of Intel. That video is worth watching, though, if you want to learn how these places work. It's the same for all of them. In Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan's July 24th statement this year, titled Steps in the Right Direction, released alongside Intel's second quarter 2025 financial results, the newly appointed CEO declared, quote, "Going forward, our investment in Intel 14 Angstrom will be based on confirmed customer commitments. There are no more blank checks. Every investment must make economic sense. We will build what our customers need when they need it and earn their trust through consistent execution," end quote. Mr. Tan, laying off employees is one thing, but executing them is just taking it way too far. I mean, I don't think we need to... Oh, that's not the kind of... The point stands. This is a huge change from how recent and now stepped down CEO Pat Gelsinger was running the company, where his approach appeared to be heavy investment into Intel technologies, heavy investment into fabs, spend money to try and catch up as best as possible, because Intel was and is so behind in certain areas that his approach seemed to be spend the money to try and fix it. And the fabs were his big project in particular. Tan is cutting everywhere possible, and these are opposing strategies. But interestingly, cutting the spend partway through the execution of a plan seems risky for new reasons. We think Tan's statement is extremely concerning for Intel. By pausing its 14A manufacturing process, Intel is giving up the race for cutting-edge process nodes, further reducing competition for the most technologically advanced foundries on the planet. It would just be TSMC now. Additionally, Intel's decision would likely cost it hundreds of millions in R&D and manufacturing facilities and equipment that may go unused. You could look at that and say, sunk cost fallacy, it's better to cut it now than to keep pouring money in. But no matter how you look at it at this point, there is waste being produced on one side or the other. Intel's announcement to pause 14A comes less than a month after Reuters reported on Intel allegedly exploring a shift into 14A, making Intel's drastic decision seem even more uncertain. Tan continued on, saying, quote, "We will take a fundamentally different approach to build our foundry business. Over the past several years, the company invested too much, too soon, without adequate demand," end quote. Gelsinger's approach appeared to be spend money to make money. It really looked that simple. And this is totally different. Prior to Tan, Intel had, under Gelsinger, fully embraced this IDM 2.0 strategy. This was a foundational change that distinguished Intel's product division from Intel's foundry division and allowed the foundry to offer manufacturing services to fabless chip makers or designers and allowed the products division to outsource its manufacturing. Fabless chip makers or designers include NVIDIA, which has floated being a customer to Intel, and AMD. AMD actually used to own fabs, and not only that, its founder was once quoted as saying, quote, "Real men have fabs," end quote. AMD is now fabless. Under Gelsinger, the company continuously poured money into several fab construction projects and invested just as heavily into manufacturing and R&D. It's obviously not this straightforward, but we can kind of understand the logic behind, we tried if you build it, they will come, under Gelsinger, and it didn't work. So now let's do the opposite and try cut all spending under this other guy who's just come in. But the problem is that they didn't build it. They poured the concrete slab and they brought the porta potties in for their future store, and then they said, hey, wait a minute, there's no customers yet. this isn't working, we better just stop now. So Intel is stuck between two extremes of maybe under and over investment. Some of these, again, are continuing. As far as we know, Arizona's moving forward. But Intel has publicly stated its plans to slow or stop construction elsewhere. Unfortunately, Intel could not have picked a worse time, we think, to finally change its mind on foundries. The company had already invested so much capital in its pivot into fabs and even began receiving taxpayer money from government-funded CHIPS Act payments at around $8 billion, down from 8.5 or so after long delays and Gelsinger throwing the US government under the bus for dragging its feet. And in addition to this, it had received promises from other countries around the world, and now it's decided it wants to change direction again, and all without ever giving the foundry a full chance to actually be complete and recoup the costs. Now, in some sense, these are a little bit disconnected, in that there's a lot of money and it isn't all just in one giant money bucket, although I'm sure Intel wishes it were. They'd have to go to NVIDIA for that and ask Jensen to borrow some. But it's not all in one bucket. And so you could say, well, but they're still producing the fabs, they're still building the fabs in some of these locations. So they're still letting it get there. The thing is, though, we don't actually know that. We don't really know how far they're going to go with this at this point, because it's been non-stop cuts for like the last year now. Every month there's some big news, and I think everyone's just sort of waiting to hear what's next, what project gets the axe after this one. And it's like Intel went all in on a poker hand, and then they decided to just get up and leave the table and leave all the chips there and not even see what card turned over next. In the risk factors section of its 10Q SEC filing, posted with the quarterly financials, Intel revealed its uncertainty and acknowledged the risks. This is standard for these filings. Intel said, quote, "If we are unable to secure a significant external foundry customer for Intel 14A, our next generation semiconductor manufacturing process technology, we may pause or discontinue our pursuit of next generation leading edge process technologies, which may have significant strategic business, financial, operational, and reputational risks and repercussions," end quote. Yes, we could have told them that.
Thanks, Steve.
Intel acknowledged several other risks it would be subjected to if it paused or discontinued 14A, including the risk of products becoming dependent on TSMC, who Intel stated it would receive competitively disadvantaged pricing from, the risk of significant R&D and manufacturing losses, like we just talked about. The company pointed out over $100 billion in property, plant, and equipment net on the balance sheet in its Q2 2025 results, as we understand them, and stated it would likely discontinue fab construction in Ohio if 14A paused. The risk of being required to repay government funding or fees for not satisfying certain construction and or wafer requirements in certain agreements, the risk of losing key talent and expertise, and the risk of limiting Intel Foundry's ability to attract external customers. And the company stated this as well, quote, "We've been unsuccessful to date in attracting significant customers to our external foundry business," end quote. And, quote, "If potential customers for our upcoming Intel 18A P node believe we are no longer committed to continued development of next generation leading edge nodes, Intel 14A and beyond, they may be inclined to remain with their current foundry partners and unwilling to make the significant investments of time and resources needed to develop products on our nodes," end quote. Finally, the company affirmed that, quote, "Any decision to pause or discontinue our pursuit of Intel 14A and successor leading-edge process technologies may be effectively irreversible," end quote. Now, when we've seen foundries get stuck on nodes in the past, at least in the past 16 years, maybe only 10 of those, I've really been somewhat paying attention to it. Not necessarily competently, but I've been paying attention to it somewhat. In the last 16 years or so, the times I've seen companies get stuck on a node, it does seem like they really struggle to get unstuck, just because the cost is so enormous to compete, and as soon as someone pulls ahead, if they have too much of a lead, everyone becomes their customer, and it's too late. And we saw this with Global Foundries. Global Foundries got stuck on 14 nanometer and abandoned development of 7 and 5, as reported by Anatech, which is gone, and preserved by Level 1 Tech's forums. This has sort of happened before. If Intel actually were to abandon advanced nodes, we think it genuinely might be game over. They might be in an unrecoverable state. At that point, like the competition, it's going to be Taiwan's TSMC and probably whatever state-funded semiconductor manufacturer is the most successful in China, for example. And beyond that, there's not a lot left. I mean, Samsung's making stuff. Of course, there's companies, SK Hynix, Micron, these makers of memory, makers of MOSFETs, ICs, things like that. They exist. Global Foundries still exists. But this sort of super high-tech CPU, GPU class silicon, there's not a lot of options out there. And Intel walking away from it, that's going to be eventually something that consumers will feel even more than they do now as well. It should be reassuring that Intel is at least aware in its risk statement of what it stands to lose. But we find it almost more concerning that the company understands that risk and is still considering taking it and pausing 14A. Laying off a quarter of the company again and stopping investment into 14A, it might reduce operating costs in a way that slows the bleeding. Maybe it helps with liquidity or something. But it's barely a drop in the bucket, we think, as people who aren't experts in like these multi-billion-dollar operations financially. But it just seems like a drop in the bucket compared to the potentially massive loss in the long run of just not being competitive anymore, even in fabrication. And this could be a death knell to Intel's fabs, we think, if they don't proceed carefully. Unless Lip-Bu-Tan can see something that nobody else can, this indicates a collapse, or in the very least, to quote Costanza, shrinkage of several significant arms of Intel's business. It doesn't look good, just like the shrinkage. And besides, the new CEO hasn't once given us the reassurance that only a parent can.
So kids, Papa's here.
Oh, how we miss his memes. Tim, our news editor, tells me regularly how he misses having new Pat Gelsinger clips to pull from. Now, continuing in its push for short-term cash, Intel began breaking some of its business groups into smaller scale groups that it could sell off, often while remaining an investor in them. In April, Intel sold its Altera business, a semiconductor solutions company, to Silver Lake while remaining a 49% owner. In June, it outsourced its marketing department and killed its automotive business the following week. In July, an Intel spokesperson informed the media, quote, "We plan to establish key elements of our networking and communications business as a standalone company, and we have begun the process of identifying strategic investors. Like Altera, we will remain an anchor investor, enabling us to benefit from future upside as we position the business for future growth," end quote. The telecommunications company Ericsson, seemingly most dependent on Intel's NEX group for the use of its radio access network, or RAN chips, appears most likely to invest in the now independent networking group. Intel also mentioned another sell-off, quote, "In line with Intel's commitment to strengthen its balance sheet and monetize non-core assets, the company sold, via a secondary offering, 57.5 million of net Class A shares of Mobileye in July 2025, adding approximately $922 million to the balance sheet. Intel remains the majority shareholder in Mobileye and continues to have strong conviction in its long-term growth opportunity," end quote. According to its balance sheet, Intel raised its current cash assets by $1.4 billion in the first 2 quarters of 2025, despite losing roughly $4 billion in current total assets. Now, the fab business decisions, they look bad. It's kind of like a flailing, panicked slow down, shut down, sell off of anything they can find in the company. They're flipping couches over right now, digging through the cushions. Maybe they'll take the coffee and the free bananas away again. But currently it feels like there's no real map marker for where Intel is going. They just know they need to try and stop spending money. And to really understand how much Intel is cutting spending in every possible sector, it helps to rapidly recap some of the layoffs. Last year, Intel laid off around 15,000 people and even cut the free coffee and bananas, as referenced earlier. But it has since resumed that part. More than 15,000 people left, though. It's somewhere between 15 and 20,000, as we understand it, with a lot of people leaving voluntarily. Intel internally offered, as we understand it, voluntary departure, where people could take whatever deals they may have had for leaving the company and get out early without being officially laid off. And that would have affected the publicly reported number for layoffs at that time. The company hasn't stopped bleeding employees for over a year now, though. So for 2025, on July 7th, layoffs began for 696 employees in Chandler, Arizona. July 11th, 398 employees were laid off in Folsom, California. On the 15th, Intel laid off 953 employees across 6 Santa Clara offices, 2,392 across 4 Oregon campuses, and 110 from Austin, Texas, totaling 3,455 employees laid off in a single day. The following day, Intel announced 227 more layoffs, impacting its facility in Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Oregon took the biggest hit, making up over half of the recent layoffs, and by recent we mean like a month ago, impacting 2,392 employees across 4 facilities. Oregon was also the only state to include a detailed list of the positions of those laid off. According to the listing, the employees most impacted were engineers and technicians working in modules, followed by those in process integration and yield, which Intel really shouldn't be screwing with right now, but I guess we've forgotten about the oxidation problem. Out of the 2,392 layoffs in Oregon, there were 412 module equipment technicians, 307 module development engineers, 148 module engineers, 92 process integration development engineers, 55 yield development engineers, and 49 process integration and yield technicians. There were also a total of 10 VPs from the Oregon campuses affected by layoffs in various departments. Now, some of these are management jobs, and when Lip Bhutan joined, that's what he said. He said he'd get rid of middle management layers. We reported on that. But a lot of the ones we just read, they are not management jobs. They are manufacturing jobs and engineering jobs. And manufacturing jobs specifically are the very jobs that Intel promised the United States government when it took the $8 billion of taxpayer money from the CHIPS Act to build fabs. The whole thing was it's going to, as they like to say to governments, quote, create jobs. And that was when Intel was promising a $100 billion investment in total in its US-based silicon facilities. These weren't unexpected layoffs, though. New CEO Lip Bhutan, who comes from Cadence, the company recently in the news for pleading guilty to violating U.S. export controls while Lip Bhutan was CEO of Cadence, has continuously expressed the need to streamline Intel's internal processes since being appointed. In his April 24th statement to shareholders, titled Our Path Forward, Tan stated, quote, "We are seen as too slow, too complex, and too set in our ways, and we need to change. That's why I'm proud to announce our new Intel Crime Fab. We will fabricate criminal charges in exchange for money, and the fines will always be lower than the amount we..." Oh wait, no, I misread that. That's actually not what that says. It's not even close. I don't know how that got in there. That's weird. It says something about vital changes for the companies. Maybe he's changed how things operate under him. These mainly consisted of empowering engineers, whatever that means, and downsizing the team for cost and streamlining purposes, and returning to office. Surely that's the part that'll fix this. Tan also ended with his hopes to, quote, "pull off a comeback that will be studied in business schools for generations to come," end quote, which seems very bold to say so early. It's sort of like if you're about to do a sick jump, and you say to your friend, "watch this." In the statement, Tan described how, quote, "many of the changes we will be driving are designed to make engineers more productive by removing burdensome workflows and processes that slow down the pace of innovation," end quote. He also stated, quote, "I've been surprised to learn that in recent years, the most important KPI for many managers at Intel has been the size of their teams. Going forward, this will not be the case. I'm a big believer in the philosophy that the best leaders get the most done with the fewest people. We will embrace this mindset across the company, which will include empowering our top talent to make decisions and take greater leadership of key priorities," end quote. In its most recent quarterly report, Intel announced plans to reduce, quote, "headcount by approximately 15%, end quote, and, quote, end the..."
So just Intel is just like super takeaway is that, you know, Intel is downsizing because they aren't doing good with their chipset manufacturing. AMD is really kicking their ass right now, and even though they took hundreds of millions of dollars from governments, hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars that was collected by governments for them to build fabrication centers, because they're downsizing. I guess that money's going to go to waste. I guess. Sadly. So, what a waste of taxpayer money. Shit.
The year with a global workforce of about 75,000 employees as a result of workforce reductions and attrition, end quote. Something about this is familiar to about 24 years ago. For reference, the last time Intel had 75,000 employees that we could find recorded, or fewer than that, was in 1999, the same year it released the Pentium 3. In 2025, Intel started the year with 99,500 employees in its core workforce, so Tan's end goal would ultimately reduce Intel's headcount by about a quarter or so, or 25,000 people in a single year. Intel also ended projects in Wrocław, Poland, where it had expected to create 2,000 Intel jobs, and in Magdeburg, Germany, where 3,000 Intel jobs were expected, but are now gone. Additionally, Intel decided to shrink the assembly and test operations in Costa Rica, where it employed over 3,400 people. An Intel spokesperson told The Verge that over, quote, 2,000 Costa Rica employees should remain to work in engineering and corporate, and, quote, so the site will see a reduction of around 1,400 jobs. In Intel's Q2 report, the company listed 96.4 thousand employees in its so-called core workforce globally, meaning 3,100 layoffs had occurred in the first half of the year. As we understand it, all of the recent layoffs occurred after June 28th. This is also seemingly for W-2s. We're not exactly sure how 1099s or contractors would be affected here. So the recent layoffs being after June 28th would be when Intel recorded its second quarter data, meaning the current employee count is likely significantly lower than the 96.4 thousand listed and won't be reflected until the next filing. That brings us to the product side. We're going to keep this short since most of you already know how bad Intel's product side has been for the last several generations of CPU. Intel's product division has been unable to provide any support or relief for the company. It's launched one bad CPU after another, crushed the company's reputation with monumentally inept responses to the oxidation and voltage instability and degradation issues on the 13th and the 14th gen. Intel has not only outperformed at every single price class with its Core Ultra series versus AMD's desktop CPUs, it has faltered in its fabrication and design abilities in a way that harmed enterprise relationships. Found via WCCF Tech, large German PC component retailer Mindfactory, which has problems of its own, shared its CPU sales from July, highlighting the extent of AMD's lead in the current desktop CPU market. According to the Post, AMD sold over 12,500 CPUs to Intel's 1,100, resulting in a 92 to 8% split in market share by new units sold, and a split in revenue closer to 94 to 6%. We checked our own affiliate data, and we can confirm that most of our viewers are buying AMD. It varies, but typically it's above 80% of new CPUs sold. On Amazon, the top 25 best-selling CPUs consist of 19 AMD processors to 6 Intel processors at the time we wrote this. Not to mention, 4 out of the 5 Intel Core Ultra processors that are listed on Amazon are currently discounted below their MSRP, further emphasizing Intel's inability to compete with AMD's current generation of desktop offerings, even with the marked down price of its processors. Now, Intel makes more than just desktop CPUs, but that's okay because it's also getting killed in things like handhelds, so that leaves basically laptops. Despite current struggles, Intel has long held the lion's share of the CPU market and continues to maintain it by just worldwide usage. However, AMD is outselling Intel in our category for desktop and will eventually chip away at the market share total. And ultimately, holding share from old CPUs doesn't make Intel new money, which is what it needs. So currently, it looks like Intel's goals right now are to cut costs and maybe improve short-term cash flow or be a little more positive on cash flow where possible. For the time being, Intel might have enough room to keep its head above water, but this is a situation where the water is still rising. And so this strategy, it really only works a couple times.
Okay, I think we're kind of going around in circles now, sadly. He's just kind of, yeah, and then he's going to plug his, looks like they're doing a documentary on the black market of like GPU chipsets in China, which is super interesting. And that documentary should be coming out in the next couple of days. So hopefully we can check it out soon. I am about halfway done filing a bunch of employment paperwork. I got laid off a couple of months ago, and I'm filing for jobs, and then I got to file claims and stuff. So that's actually what I'm in the middle of doing. I can't share my screen because it's a bunch of personal info, sadly. So I need maybe another 30 to 60 minutes. And then when I'm done with this, we can move on. I've got a script that I need to write for a hotkey tutorial, probably edit a short or two to promote the channel. And then, when everything's all wrapped up, I got some, we'll do some leveling in World of Warcraft. I'm almost level 50 on my priest, so we'll get there. So in the meantime, let me make sure I give this guy a like. Let me go ahead and link these videos in this guy's video in chat. Highly suggest you folks go check this guy out. It's Gamers Nexus, and if you haven't heard of them before, they don't. There's a lot of shady business practices that these guys call out, and they've gotten in trouble for it before. Which so I mean they're going to bat for consumers. So these guys, I've definitely got these guys back. I would highly suggest using that link, checking them out, and giving them a like, maybe even dropping a comment, because they're doing such a good job. So I wish there were a lot more channels like this guy out here. Maybe if I can get employed again and have a little bit of spending money, I can start making stuff like this too. So that's what I'm doing. I'm job hunting, trying to get back into the game. It's just there's been this huge contraction in the tech sector, sadly, and I was one of those people affected. But I'm going to keep on keeping on. So enough about me. Let me knuckle down and get this shit done. Let's switch gears to something a little bit more fun. So this is Internet Historian, and this is an hour. We probably won't get through this whole thing, but it's if you don't know who Internet Historian is, very, very funny, very humorous channel. Lots of good editing. They use a lot of memes. It's super entertaining. I wouldn't say it's lowbrow entertainment, but it's. I don't know. It's comedy. It's comedy. It's not exactly lowbrow comedy, but it's comedy. So let's see how they talk about going through like what happened with that ship, that cruise liner, whatever the hell, cargo ship or whatever it was that got stuck in the Suez Canal and backed up all kinds of shipping traffic and stuff for a while. I've heard some things. I remember reading some articles when all that stuff happened, but now that the dust is settled, let's see. They typically do a good job of doing their homework. So let's actually see what happened. It should be quite funny, quite amusing. And this will give me enough time to finish filing all the paperwork and the job applications that I'm currently in the middle of doing. So I'll keep you guys updated.
This video was made possible by Saley and some very patient people over at Patreon.
Speaking of which, let's go ahead and give this video a like. There we go. And let me go ahead and link this video as well in the chat. That way you guys can go check it out and give it a like if you find it as amusing as I do. Let me see if I want to subscribe. I like his videos. I watch them once in a while. I don't know if I like them enough to subscribe, but let's watch this one and see.
Okay, music fades in. My friend, let me weave you a tale.
Yes.
Of a windswept night beyond the old Egyptian sand, where the water plays coy with the shore, and the coy are sure to play in the water.
Okay.
Where the desert wolves make love to the moon. Exterior day. This is the Suez Canal. Undeniably, Egypt's most famous body of water. Nothing bad ever happens here. Oh, except for that one time. Okay, so there's a ship, and it's called the Ever Given. And it's going up the Suez Canal really, really fast, probably. And you think that, well, the Port Authority would call up, and they'd be like,
Captain, you are going way too fast.
But the captain, he's wicked sit cool, so he's like,
they're just jealous of my passion for going fast through critical trade infrastructure. Increase speed.
If you will not slow down, prepare to meet the full might of the Egyptian military.
They probably did this in Blender.
Two of Egypt's fastest fighter jets scramble on the runway. But the captain kept adding power.
Faster! The people of Europe need these Chinese knockoffs of European goods.
And they got all sorts of technology to go like top speed.
Don't go faster, I beseech you.
But everyone on the crew was loving it. Yeah, go faster. But then...
Look out! Someone left a ramp in the middle of the canal.
No.
I ain't afraid of nothing.
It was at this point that the captain chose to do a wicked sick jump. Lens flare.
Lens flare.
But they
Hold on, I want to see the news articles.
It was at this point that the captain chose to do a wicked sick jump. Lens flare.
There we go. container ship does an amazing jump, and there was a lens flare at the Suez Canal, and it made the ship jump more epic. Coolest container ship to grace the 7 seas ever given. Ever given ship does a jump, and there was lens flare. Oh, it's funny. I like the little details. The little editing details is what really I enjoy about this the most.
But they overshot it. They were gonna collide with a gently sloping sandy bank. They threw on the handbrake.
Drop anchor. Brace for impact.
But it was too late. Collision. Literally everybody died. Ever given, ever taken away. Yeah, that'll do. All right, see you in a year. What do you mean it's not long enough? Wikipedia, ChatGPT. Add the music. They love that. A reaction GIF? That's a good one. No, this video's too good. Dial it back a little. Okay, let me start again. I'll do the phony voice too. Better. Okay, so here's what really happened.
Most details come from secondary sources, while some conversations were recorded, and including the VDR data of the ship, almost none of that material has been made available to the public. So we took a few liberties to fill in the gaps. All characterizations should be considered fictional, not reflective of the real people involved, and interpreted for storytelling and entertainment purposes only. Also, we play pretty fast and loose with certain details and the order of events. Be cool. Please don't bother any of the people involved in the Suez incidents. We're just here to have a good time. Okay. There's your legal disclaimer.
This story begins in Malaysia. Of course, you already know, but that's this one over here. And at a port named Tanjung Pelepus is the container ship known as the Ever Given. The last of the cargo is loaded onto the ship, and the captain of the ship, Krishnan Kanthaval, is there with his crew of 20. Hello! At this point, Kanthaval probably said something like, "All right, the boat's tummy is all full of cargo.
I like how it's all Amazon packages.
We're almost ready to get going." So Evergreen, the operating company of the ship, would have called ahead and booked passage for the ship. Yes, 1 adult ship ticket, please. Large. How many containers? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now this guy at the operating company is on the line to the Suez Canal Authority, and they are in charge of all of the operations of the Suez Canal. All right, thank you for choosing Suez Waterways. You are scheduled for March 23rd. You are 922nd in queue. All right, we've got a Supermax container coming through on March 23rd. Pulling up the stats now. The Ever Given, one of the largest container ships in the world. Over 400 meters long, 60 meters wide. Only 10% smaller than the world's largest aircraft carrier. Able to carry over 20,000 of these shipping containers. Here's a guy and a sandwich for scale. All right, navigator, helmsman, Gene. Let's get going. We wouldn't want to hold up the other ships. With a teary goodbye, the Ever Given sets sail from Malaysia and makes course for the Netherlands. Let's go to the map. Malaysia, and you already know, but the Netherlands is over here. The route's so simple, you just go from here over to... Oh. We're blocked by Africa, sir. Should we just head back? Don't worry, I know a shortcut. Head into that inlet. It's called the Red Sea. Captain, it's blue. Ha! I know. In a bit over a week, the Ever Given cruises all the way to the Red Sea. And on the
I like dad jokes. Get off me.
way, someone on the crew points out Djibouti and says it aloud. Djibouti, because it's fun to say. It's a great time to be a cargo ship captain, I can tell you that much. Captain, we've got another problem on the sat-nav. There's more land in the way. How are we supposed to get through an obstacle like this? Should I just head back? Now, if this was 1868, Canterville would be in big trouble. But luckily, in 1869, someone happened to dig a big channel right from one side of this isthmus to the other, and filled it with water, they did, which meant that ships no longer needed to circumnavigate Africa. It's nothing personal. It's a geographic thing. Late that evening, the Ever Given arrives at the Gulf of Suez. Here on the map, it's a big open area for ships to park. And there are ships everywhere, sitting idle, waiting for their turn to pass through the canal. Now the helmsman is kind of driving around the area, looking for a place to park and drop anchor. But then, something captures his attention. Hey, what's that mysterious-looking ship over there? It looks abandoned. M.V. Ahmad. M.V. Do not speak its name, helmsman. Why not? Look, there's a spot. That's a handicap. They park the ship, drop anchor, and radio in to the Suez Canal Authority. Thank you for joining the queue. Typical wait time is a few hours, up to 1 business day. Why do we have to wait? Why can't we just go straight through? Because we've got rules here at the canal. A big book of them. No running, no dive bombing, and blah, blah, blah. Somewhere way down the back of the manual it says, all vessels entering or leaving the canal must have a pilot. And in fact, a ship as large as yours needs 2. These pilots are employees of the Canal Authority who understand the perils of the route. Kind of like a consultant to the captain. And they stand around going, yes, yes, go here, turn coming up here, watch out for the geese. So just stand by for a while, yep? Alright, nothing to do till this pilot arrives. Guess I'll take a little bit of me time. I'm off to my cabin, fellas. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And so just after midnight, Canterville heads back to his quarters to take a nap. Quite a cozy scene, wouldn't you say? But all is not well on the Ever Given tonight. There seems to be some trouble with the weather. 2:30 a.m. Canterville wakes up. Outside is the loud rattle of shipping containers sparring with the wind, loud enough to capture Canterville's attention. Rah-rah. He dashes up to the bridge. All right, what's the status on it being really, really windy outside? The wind is up to 35 knots, but the Ever Given is fine and the anchor is keeping us held. All right, it sounds like I can head back to my quarters then. Wait, Captain. I think we need to move the ship. Yeah, those guys are getting closer and closer to us. We're surrounded by ships like the Al Nasriyah. Their anchors can't withstand the wind and they are being dragged about. We need more buffer or there's risk of a collision. Good thinking. All right, duty engineer, prep the engines. Aye. The ship kicks to life. The helmsman...
Is that Mark Ruffalo?
The engines.
No. No, it's not.
Aye. The ship kicks to life. The helmsman steers the Ever Given to get further away from the other ships. This whole thing might be cancelled. Port control. Although this waiting area is delightful, the weather outside is very frightful. This passage through the canal still happening. Not cancelled. Hold position. Your pilot is wrapping up and will be on his way to your vessel soon. They're making us wait. Captain, if we're struggling not to hit ships in this big open area, it's going to get pretty dicey when we have to navigate through a narrow channel like the Suez. Yes. Although you should have said, spoiler warning.
Coming up next on Channel Ad Time.
Welcome back to Raising Sailing. I'm Sailing Man, professional traveler and eSIM user, finding tourists to get them huge savings on an eSIM plan. It ain't for the faint of heart. But if there's one thing I've learned in all my years, when they're traveling, they need data.
I can't get an Uber. I didn't sort out my data before I left.
Got another one? Try this. First, we download the Saily app on your phone. Then we choose how much data we want and where. Then we add the code Internet Historian for 15% off. And don't forget the most important part. Mwah. I just gave your phone international data using the Saily app.
Thank you, Saily man. Very cool.
So download the Saily app or scan the QR code on the screen now and use the code Internet Historian to get 15% off at checkout.
It's so beautiful here in the hills of Switzerland. If only I could listen to podcasts in the background.
Here comes Saily Man. Over 200 destinations, 24/7 live chat support, and no physical SIM or roaming fees, because it's just an app.
Could I have my phone back, please?
At Saily, family comes first, and data comes second. Data comes first. They're both tied for first.
Tonight on Raising Saily.
Anyone can get Saily. Dead ones. Sorry I have a boyfriend ones. All regular.
I have a presentation in 15 minutes at the UN Security Council, and I didn't download the slides. Without this presentation, I'm worried they're going to nuke North Sentinel Island again.
15 minutes to go and he hasn't got the slides.
I'll be the guy who started the next world war without those damn slides.
10 minutes to go and he hasn't got the slides.
History will not look kindly on me without those slides.
Here comes Saily. Now you have 10 gigabytes of data on your phone. Cheaper than most phone providers.
I love you, Saily man.
Hush, little one. I saved it.
The Saily app really saved me.
This truly was our darkest.
This is how this guy makes his money. I don't want to skip over it because we're enjoying the video, and maybe I kind of would like an electronic SIM card. I switched over to Google Voice to save money. I should as soon as I get employment somewhere, I might actually get 15% off an eSIM.
Hour. But we prevail. It's not an easy job, but Saily gets me through. So download the Saily app or scan the QR code on screen and use Internet Historian as the code to get 15% off at checkout. Get some damn data on your phone, why not? Ad over. Some time has passed. We're back on the bridge. There's the helmsman. Captain's gone back to his quarters. Pilots won't be here for hours. Then suddenly, an idea. The helmsman takes it upon himself to navigate a little bit of art. Tee-hee-hee, says the helmsman. As long as no one checks the nav data, this won't come back to bite me at all.
Oh my god.
A couple of hours pass.
Is that for real? Did he just kind of spin the ship around in the middle of the canal because he was bored and he drew a giant Peter?
The wind.
Oh, internet. Never change.
Dies down just a little. No ships crashed into the Ever Given, but a small one did pull up beside it. Captain, pilots are here. Welcome aboard. Oh, hey, Captain. Yes, we're running late. Where's the helm? We don't know what the pilots' names are, so we're just going to go with blue and red. Okay, I think we should move ahead at about 14 kilometers. That's right. Ahead. 14 kilometers per hour. The Ever Given joins a convoy of ships taking position at the entrance to the canal. Convoy, checking in. Ready. All right, everybody. We want to be alert. Stay focused. Yeah, Captain. I'll follow the other ships. I'll try not to get lost. Hold on, helmsman. And the audience. This is a much more perilous journey than you might know. What, a big straight line? It is 193 kilometers of narrow waterway. And I hope you've got some stamina, because it takes 12 hours to traverse.
Sure.
That's a full day trip. Some parts are only 24 meters deep. Oh, that's very shallow. Yes, and only 200 meters wide in some parts. That's very narrow. I've seen McDonald's drive-thrus with more clearance. And you certainly wouldn't want to have an accident, would you? Because 12% of the entire world's sea freight passes through here.
That's a lot.
If you blocked it, the consequences would be humongous. No pressure, though.
Pressure.
I see. Oh, don't mind him. He gives that speech to everybody. Ahead, 14 kilometers per hour. Yes, pilot. 14 kilometers. Steady on. So into the canal, the ever-given wind. As they cruise, the winds swirl back onto the sea. No longer buffered by miles of open water, the sand and dust can blow about with abandon. Low visibility. Strong winds jostle the ship. Grit pelts the bow. The Ever-Given steams ahead at about the pace of a fast jog. And there's no real build-up here, to be honest. Things go awry almost immediately. How are you coping with the wind? It's manageable. Alright, well, the wind is definitely pushing us to the left-hand side. Yes, just try to keep it as centered as you can. Adjusting.
These winds are quite something. Do you think we should have insisted they postpone?
The pilots don't seem worried, and they know this water better than anyone. The angle of the wind is particularly nasty, catching the enormous surface area of the ship and constantly nudging it off course.
Helmsman, you're still too far to the left. You got to get back to the center.
Yeah, I'm trying. Adjusting. The helmsman keeps changing the trajectory of the ship, but he cannot seem to stay in the center.
Come on, helmsman, we're still not centered.
I know, it's the wind. No matter what they do, they can't seem to get away from the left bank. The wind foils their every countermaneuver. This is not as manageable as I thought it would be. Is it going to be like this the whole way? Don't worry, this is really common. It won't be the whole trip.
No, the problem is we're going too slow.
Red Pilot takes the initiative.
If we speed up, we can push through the wind. Accelerate to 22 kilometers an hour.
Oh my gosh.
Somewhat reluctantly, the helmsman obliges. 22 kilometers per hour.
Engines engage and the ship speeds up. Captain, going this fast in heavy winds is needlessly reckless. There are protocols for this sort of thing.
All right, Gene, it's a bit windy. Relax, this must happen all the time. The Red Pilot was right. The increased speed helps them to fight through the wind and get away from the left-hand bank. However, they can't seem to keep the ship in the very center. Helmsman, you're aimed too severely to the right-hand bank now.
We need a bit of leadership here. Don't worry, I know what to do. Turn left.
Adjusting. The pilot's giving steering instructions now. Captain, is he supposed to do that? Captain, the pilot is not here to give steering orders. You should say something. The ship is now consistently snaking left and right and left and right.
Turn to the right.
So they turn to the right,
but then they end up too far to the right.
You're too close to the right bank now. Turn to the left.
Yes, I agree. Turn to the left.
Look, this is all a bit tense, and we both know where this is going. It's gonna crash. Let's just enjoy it.
Hold on, I have a question. Hold on, let me pull this over here. On a major container ship going through a canal, why is it that the captain gives orders to the helmsman, who then steers the ship? Wouldn't it just be faster / more responsive if the captain drove the ship? Why is that? Especially when there are good reasons why the captain gives orders, the helmsman physically steers the ship. I'm no naval officer, so I don't know any of this shit. Physically steers instead of the captain doing both. It's not about speed of response, but about division of roles, precision, and safety. Division of labor and safety. The captain's job during the canal transit is not just steering. It's monitoring the entire operation, navigation, traffic, communication with the canal authority, the engine orders, any developing hazards. The helmsman's sole focus is to follow helm orders precisely. Oh, okay. So one person's looking at everything, and then one person's just steering the ship. Okay. Keeping a steady hand on the wheel or autopilot controls. This means no distractions from radio calls. Yeah, because you don't want somebody being distracted talking to somebody on the radio and then fucking up and missing something. Okay. Clear chain of command. Maritime navigation, especially in high-stress areas, relies on standard verbal commands. Captain or canal pilot gives a command, port 10. Helmsman repeats it, port 10 I. Helmsman executes it and reports back, port 10 on. This repeat back system reduces misunderstandings and provides immediate check that the order was understood and carried out. If the captain were also steering, there'd be no cross-check to catch small errors in execution. Very good. Fatigue and focus management. Steering a 1,200-foot container ship through a narrow channel for hours can be mentally exhausting if combined with other captain's duties. Well, no shit. The helmsman can rotate out if fatigued, but the captain must stay in command throughout the transit. Okay. Regulatory and procedure requirements. In canals like the Panama or the Suez, local pilots come aboard to actually direct the ship while the captain remains responsible for the vessel's safety. International maritime practice calls for a separate helmsman so the captain or pilot can maintain full situational awareness rather than being heads down on the controls. Okay, well, it makes sense now that you explain it. Communication with the bridge team while the helmsman steers. The captain can monitor radar and AIS contacts, coordinate with the engine room for speed adjustments, liaise with tugboats or escort craft, oversee lookout duties and collision avoidance measures. Well, why didn't they get a tugboat to help them navigate? They could have gone slower and used the tugboat to help them stay in the middle. I guess we'll find out.
Oh, wow. There it is. A gently sloping sandy bank.
Red Pilot, we're just consultants. This isn't our job to steer the ship. You're micromanaging. We should only be giving general navigation advice. We're getting too close to the left bank. I can't keep it centered. We have to slow this ship down. If we slow down, the wind will push us into the bank. What do I do? Reduce the speed.
The two pilots begin bickering. And not just bickering normally. They're bickering in Arabic.
Oh no.
Arabickering. And Canterville's crew doesn't speak Arabic. What the hell are they saying? I don't know. Neither do I. Does anyone here speak Arabic? The Ever Given has reached its target speed of 22 kilometers an hour, but they're taking wider and wider turns and can't seem to get anywhere near the center of the lane. And the two pilots, they're still fighting.
Captain? Captain! Pilots!
Captain! The Ever Given then reaches an extreme, unrecoverable angle, pointing acutely to the right, straight for the bank.
It sounds like mall music. It sounds like the music you'd hear at the mall. Nobody goes to the mall anymore. I'm showing my age.
We need to turn left. Now. Hard left.
Hard to the left.
Hard to the left.
The rudder turns. But the ship doesn't turn with it. Instead, it slides.
Didn't I tell you to turn left? Why aren't we turning? I am turning to the left, Captain. The ship's not responding. I knew this would happen. It's your fault.
The helmsman loses his ability to steer.
No.
The ship has gone out of control.
Captain. Canterville finally steps forward. Enough! Helmsman, center the rudder. Reduce speed. Rudder center. Reduce...
But it's too late. Canterville did not intervene in time.
Shit.
Wait.
Time.
According to a person familiar with the VDR audio, Captain Cantavelli reacted to someone might in the same situation. Shit, he screams. How appropriate.
Shit.
Bonk. Oh no.
The crew can feel the vibration through the floor as the bow meets the bank.
Oh no.
That bow, raised 6 meters, slides into the bank with ease, like a hot pencil through pudding. Meanwhile, the rear of the ship is pulled into the opposite bank.
Oh no.
The bridge shakes and the crew lurches forward as 300,000 tons of momentum is reduced to zero in the span of a couple of seconds. We've run aground, we've run aground, cut your engines, Canterville yells out on the radio, because don't forget, these ships are running as a convoy, which means that the ships behind them have just seen what's happened and they all have to slam on the brakes. A couple of ships back, the Asia Ruby 3 suffers an engine malfunction.
Oh no!
But it cannot stop as quickly as it intends to and nearly plows into the back of the Maersk Denver. They manage to stop themselves just in time and prevent running aground as well. Pan back to the Ever Given. Let us look at it from above. It is diagonally wedged across the entire canal. An unplanned bridge connecting two continents. A ship collision of such magnitude, there's almost nothing to compare it to. Maybe Hindenburg? 9/11? I'll keep Googling. No, hold off on the dramatic sound effects. There's no need to panic just yet. It's like a car tire stuck in the mud. We simply reverse.
No.
Full astern. Well, that means full backwards.
No, the propeller's
Propellers
stuck
at
in the
back
other
of
side
ship
of the
whiz
thing.
To little effect. Locked in place by the sand.
Yeah, I could have told
We
you
didn't
that.
move. Merely a run-up. Crash astern. That's the most dramatic version of full astern, ramping up to full thrust as quickly as possible. Nothing.
I bet they're making it worse.
No, stop it. No sound effect just yet. We still have one more option. Start up the bow thrusters. They're the jets at the front of the ship that give a little bit of extra oomph.
But those are stuck in the sand too.
Crash astern, full thrusters. No effect, sir. Now, we don't have the transcript from here, so we'll just presume that at the time, Canterville said something very quirky and millennial, like, so that just happened. But what we do know is that he and the pilots then jumped on the radio and got in contact with the port authority. We've got something to tell you, and you gotta promise not to get mad. Shut up. Look, listen, we're gonna need a tugboat. We are run aground. The helmsman takes a turn at being millennial. There are other ships right behind me, aren't there? Uh-huh. And there were, as the queue of container ships piling up behind them got longer and longer. Make that 2 tugboats. So what happened here exactly? And who is in big trouble? Explainer time! There are 3 main causes to why the ship crashed. Let's start with the wind. The captain could have very easily said, guys, the wind is far too severe. Let's postpone. But he didn't. However, the blame's not all on Canterville. The 2 pilots could have also said, let's just follow protocol. By radioing in to HQ and saying, yes, get us 2 tugboats, please. With one on each side at the front, they would have had far more stability and control. And they wouldn't need to erratic...
Oh, see, like I said, get a tugboat. Like I said, why didn't they get a tugboat? I said that. Jamie, rewind the tape. I said it. I said get a tugboat.
Get us 2 tugboats, please. With one on each side at the front, they would have had far more stability and control. And they wouldn't need to erratically fight about with the wind to stay in the middle of the lane. Second cause, the speed of the ship. Now, it was the Red pilot who told the helmsman, accelerate the ship to 22 kilometers per hour. But when he did that, they were already driving at the speed limit for their weight class, 14 kilometers per hour. And telling the helmsman to go beyond that meant that they are technically breaking the rules. And while I agree that some rules are made to be broken, going this fast in a very large ship in a comparatively small canal causes a whole bunch of problems to do with fluid dynamics. Big problems. Huge.
5 fun physics phenomena.
No, I don't know the physics, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. But what I will say is this. Speeding up causes something approximating oversteer. the ship becomes all slidey. I'm just going to turn a little bit to the left, but instead you go a lot to the left. I'll just turn right a little bit, but instead you turn to the right a lot. Remember how the cheerful navigator was like, "Come on, guys, we have to get back to the center of the lane." Well, they can't, because every time they try to direct back to the center, the speed and the oversteer means they overshoot it. One more effect of going very fast.
I will sneeze. Wait for it.
Take a look at this animation side on. Water pressure.
Hey, Deathforge, I am filing paperwork with the state of Florida, and wrapping up some job hunting stuff. And as soon as let's see here, what do I got to do after this? I am this close to getting this paperwork done being filed, and I'm still waiting to hear back a response from the state of Florida. It'd be really swell if they could respond to all my claims. So we're actually checking out the remember the big ship container that crashed in Suez Canal? We're Internet Historian made a video on it, so we're watching that, and we're probably not going to make it all the way through this video because I should be done in the next 30 minutes tops. And then when I'm done with that, we've got the so I've got part 1 of the Turtle Wow intro video for noobs or whatever completed. I'm going to focus on writing the script for the hotkey tutorial. I want to try to get that as really close to done or across the finish line, because I want to try to have the videos released, both videos released. When is it? So I've got 5.5 days left. So like Ambershire is going to pop out. There'll be a bunch of new people. So this should contribute to and help the community and stuff like that. And hopefully I do such a good job on it that the Turtle Wow folks appreciate it, and it's the definitive hey, this is such a good video. This has such great information in it that we should tell everybody about it. That's the goal. That's what I'm trying to do anyway. I'm trying to do such a good job on it that the TWOW folks like it and they'll promote it for me. So we'll see. Coast of Concord. Oh yes. The Coast of Concordia. This was when the cruise ship ran aground or something like that. It was like a gambling cruise ship or something, and then people spent the next couple of months looting it. Oh, internet. Okay, so like I said, I'm almost done. I don't even think I'm gonna need 30 minutes. I'm at the last page of filling out crap on this government website, and I think I'm finally starting to get good at it. I don't agree with the way they have labeled things on here, but after filing paperwork on it for the last 2.5 months, I think I know my way around. So let me focus on this. I'm just about done. I am only pausing to laugh at the Internet Historian video. And then with this is done, we will move on over to there's one thing that I need to change on the Turtle Wow intro video because of apparently using the original Doom E1 M1 music will get you dinged, because there's 20 different companies that claim to own the rights to that song now. So you will recall in my video I used the Super Mario 3 music. That's fine. YouTube don't care. But you use that Doom music, and 20 different companies are like, we own that. So I found that out when I was looking at the copyright stuff on one of my live streams. So that's good, because the live stream can be like an early warning system. And I already cut out those segments on the live stream, so I don't have the copyright issues anymore. But I need to swap out the Doom music at the hotkey tutorial part with the cover of the Doom song that Paul Hadouken says that I can use, because Flame Mage knows the guy, and he says I can use his music. So We'll try. We'll see if I get a copyright strike for it. I doubt it, because he would have had to register the music with the content ID, and I don't even think he knows how to do that. So I'd be happy to help him with it, because he's got some good stuff. But I haven't been able to get his email address yet, so I'll have to hit up FlameMage for that. Anyway, let's finish checking this out. I'm trying to get this paperwork across the finish line, then we can move on to script writing.
Pressure effects cause the ship to tilt. At this speed, the front is raised 6 meters higher than usual, which means when they collide with the bank, combined with the high velocity, they really wedge themselves in. But we can't just blame everything on the physicists, because there's a third main cause: poor communication. English is the official language of pretty much every port. However, the pilots start arguing with each other in Arabic, which is not just unprofessional, but excludes all of the rest of the crew from what's being discussed. And all of these competing voices make for chaos on the bridge. But the blame is not all on the co-pilots either. The captain is always in charge. He has the ultimate authority. Decisions start and end with him. So the captain should have intervened and said something like, "Shut up, everybody." But he stands there quite passively throughout. By the time he does step in, it's too late. Now that everything's been laid out, who would you say is at fault for the crash of the Ever Given? The helmsman? Blue pilot? The red pilot? Canthaville? I'll tell you. Society, that's who. You and me. And I think you should apologize. Alrighty, so we have something 3.5 times the size of the Titanic, choking the world's largest freighting canal like a greedy seagull throating a glue stick. Good start. And they didn't get very far through the canal itself, about 5% of the progress bar. But if we scroll up for a second, we can see what landmarks they missed out on. The Great Bitter Lake, named so because the water there is very salty instead of fresh. Then up a 2-lane bit and over to Timsah Lake, named so because Timsah is the Arabic word for crocodile, because there used to be crocodiles in there. Otherwise, it's pretty much zip right through to the Mediterranean. That would have been very nice for them. Now we go back a bit to Timsah Lake, and here you'll find the city of Ismailia. And at its port, see this building? This is the Suez Canal Authority. Inside, Captain El Said, head of navigational control, is just settling in for the day. As he sits down to his desk, Captain, you're gonna want to see this. The video feed pulls up. What? Line 1. We're stuck. We'd like to request a tugboat. Stuck? Stuck where? You know that single lane area pretty close to the entrance? There. Now, had this happened in one of the 2-lane sections, they could have kept the traffic flowing. But alas. What? So you're blocking all the traffic? Mr. El Said, we already promised we wouldn't get mad. Fine. I'm gonna see how bad it is in person. El Said snatches his keys off his desk and he races down to his car, rushing to the scene. He gets out and casts his eyes upon the ship. My God. Towering over there is a structure the width and breadth of the world's largest Walmart. Except it is also 15 stories tall. The bow, raised 6 meters higher than normal, is jammed into one side. Like an unwitting finger in a Chinese finger trap that somebody filled with Gorilla Glue in its prom tomorrow. And the ass of the ship, firmly squatting aground on the other side. And the middle of the ship, making bended metal groans as it's barely suspended by only a few meters of water. El Said lets the sand run through his fingers. At this point, another important person arrives on the scene. Admiral Rabi. He is the Suez Canal Authority chairman, the big boss of the whole canal. Here's the rough structure of the organization. He's all the way up here, right?
Oh, no.
So high up that he reports directly to the Pharaoh of Egypt himself. Yep, that's one blocked canal. No, Mr. President, he didn't say blocked. Shut up. He said that canal rocked. He's giving it a 5-star review. Come on, follow me to the bridge. Now, Al Said and Rabbi board the ship, and it's a hell of a scene. The crew is racing around. Oh God, they're gonna check the nav data. They're gonna see the dick pic. Oh God. They were standing back taking a panicked phone call with the operating company. Okay, so 2 pilots walk into a ship, and the
while they were in a holding pattern and everybody was asleep, the guy who was in charge of steering the boat spent hours steering the boat around in a penis. That's why that's funny.
First one says,
because he was bored and everybody else was asleep, and they were in the really wide part of the canal, so he could get away with doing that. That's hilarious.
And the 2 pilots from before are still bickering. All right, you 2 are dismissed. Canterville. Oh God, this is the end of my career. This is going to cost $1 billion. Al Said puts his hand on Canterville's shoulder. Do not worry, my friend. We shall solve this. Come on, Captain. What's the status? Well, the ship isn't floating. Yeah. No, what I mean is the situation is worse than you think. It's the way we're pitched up on the shore. The weight distribution is all wrong. We're like a raised bridge, but we don't have any of the support underneath.
Oh no, is it going to start cracking? Oh no. And there's no infrastructure to unload that stuff off the boat. And it's stacked fucking stories high. Oh, what a clusterfuck. What a clusterfuck.
The middle of the ship could bend under its own weight and tear. So it could sink?
Lord.
Yeah. That would shut down the whole canal for months. Are we taking on water? No, I've had the engineers check the hull. We can't see water making ingress anywhere. Yet. The best way to get free and the best way to prevent the ship from potentially sinking is to lighten the load. We need to get rid of at least, I don't know, like 20,000 tons.
How the fuck do you do that with no infrastructure around? And it's all sandy bottom. So it's all sand over here and sand over here. So how are you even going to get heavy equipment to do that? Because if you move anything that's heavy enough to do that, it's going to sink into the sand and make the problem even worse. Or it's going to be unstable and start tilting. Oh my God, what a clusterfuck.
How quickly do you think your crew can offload containers? No. Look how high those boxes are stacked. To offload these containers is going to require specialist equipment.
Yeah.
The kind you'd only find at a dedicated port.
Like I said.
We're not going to be able to offload these containers out here in the middle of nowhere. All right, well, it's the easiest, most brute force solution you can think of.
Just throw that shit off the side.
The ballast tanks. Yeah, go on. We've got nearly 10,000 tons of ballast water on board. We can dump that right now and relieve some pressure. Excellent idea. I'll get started. No, you can't do that. Well, why not? Allow me to explain. You see, when a ship fills its ballast tanks, it's filling with more than just water. It's a big, dilute, salty soup of algae, plant...
Oh, they're in the fucking freshwater part of it, so they'll kill the ecosystem if they dump the salt water out. Oh, Jesus.
Material, and even sometimes small fish. Pick that up in Malaysia, and then just dump that at the next port, you're introducing these stowaway pest species into the environment. Some examples of these invasive species include the northern Pacific sea star, the European green crab, that son of a bitch, and cholera.
Oh no!
So you have to treat the water before you discharge it, usually through heat or chemicals. And the key there is that it also requires time and access to one of these treatment machines. And we're not at a port, it's going to take much
And you'd add even more weight to it because of the chemicals.
longer than usual. But let me get onto the line with the guys at Ismailia. We probably have a portable water treatment machine somewhere. Al Said turns and looks out the window. Coming down the canal are 2 tugboats. The ones that they ordered earlier. Look, we might not even be that deeply wedged in. These 2 tugboats might be all we need. Yes, tugboats. This is the Mosaid 2 and the Mosaid 3. These 2 little guys are able to pull around this massive cargo ship, comparable in size to the Ever Given. On go the ties. Line secure, all fast. Engine ready. Ready to pull. Canterville looks nervously at El Said. Commence pull. Slow ahead. The polyethylene ropes whine as they're pulled taut from the water. The tugboats lightly draw against the
Really? Polyethylene? Are polyethylene ropes used to tug massive cargo containers? What is their tensile rating? Are widely used for tugging, monitoring massive cargo ships. Well, I guess it doesn't rust. It's got to be stronger than steel, yeah. Easier to handle by the crew, safer, highly resistant to UV chemicals and salt water. Exactly. Tensile strength ratings. Oh my gosh. 96 millimeters, you can pull 850 tons? Wow. Isn't chemical engineering amazing? Anyway.
A ship, testing for resistance. All right, a little more. More. More, full power. Nothing. Not an inch of difference. All right, stop.
Y'all need to start digging.
Engines, be on standby. This isn't going to work. With just 2 tugboats, we do not have the pull for a ship this massive, this deeply grounded. It's also low tide. That's not helping. Wind's high tide. Early afternoon, in a couple of hours. All right, that buys us some time. How soon do you think you can get a dredger out here? Let me find out for you. Please hold. The dredgers can remove the sand below the waterline that's all built up around the ship. Hi again. They say it'll take a day, maybe 2. All right, tell them to hurry. A day or 2? I'd better update my boss. Let him know it's not gonna be a quick fix. I should call my wife as well. All right, don't go too far. I need you for something in a minute. Hey, what about excavators? Oh yeah, how many we got? Right now? No, for my birthday. Yeah, now. 1. 1. 1 guy. There's only 1 excavator on standby for the whole canal. Well, it's just post-COVID. Everyone's been excavating from home. Patch me through. There really was just 1 guy, by the way. It's a local contractor.
The fucking hero.
$1. So he picks up the phone. Mushy mushy. There's been a big accident at the canal, Abdullah. There's sand and dirt everywhere. I need your help. Just send me the deets, Chum.
One dirty boy to the rescue. It's fucking great. I love it.
Abdullah jumps in his truck.
This guy's the real hero right here.
And heads to the scene.
Unless he fucks something up.
And when he pulls up, Gott in Himmel, he sees the massive Ever Given wedged into the canal. Abdullah locks himself.
This is his finest hour.
Into his excavator and gets to work on the
yes!
most important task he's ever done digged.
I'm sorry. Oh, man. Look at him go.
Back on the bridge. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hopefully home soon. Okay. Yep, no, love you too. Okay, bye. Whew, the boss was not happy. Hey, before you said you needed me for something. I did. Who's this? Breathe into this tube.
Oh, no.
Also, you have to do a drug test. After the crash, they tested Canterville for drugs and alcohol. Both came up negative. There's also a procedure to make sure that captains aren't fatigued. They look at the rest schedule and they find, no, Canterville took that nap, remember?
he's had plenty of rest time, so he passed the fatigue assessment. And while Canterville was at the nurse's office, high tide came and went. Tugs were tried again, and again. Trying a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It didn't work. All day trying, all evening, and into the early morning. But that stubborn ship was going nowhere. Of course, the moon.
The moon.
Day 2.
Is it going to be the tide's even higher during a full moon, I think?
There's quite a queue of ships by this point, and they're all...
Because the moon's slightly closer, so that pulls the water even higher. So maybe that's where they're going with this.
honking their horns impatiently. Hey, move your ass! I got Frozens in the back.
Frozens.
Go around! Go around! No one knows quite what's happening because the Suez Canal Authority has not made a formal statement. But their hand is about to be forced when an impatient sailor behind the Ever Given takes a photograph
and posts it.
Publishes it online. And this starts a bit of a buzz on social media. It was at this very moment that the helmsman's most feared fear was most realized. Someone pulled up the navigational data.
Colonel? No.
Within 24 hours, it was all over the news.
Hold on.
The navigational data.
Colonel?
Within
Cargo ship Ever Given follows penis-shaped pattern before getting wedged in Suez Canal. That's fucking great.
24 hours, it was all over the news. So over at the Suez offices, Mr. Rebbe, you have 300 voicemails. Telemarketers? Important clients and journalists. They're asking about whether the canal is blocked, aren't they? They're asking about whether the canal is blocked, yes. And the Suez Canal Authority could keep it a secret no longer. They held a press conference. Okay. This is crazy. Let's say, hypothetically, they didn't give many details, but it was a very inspirational press conference. The news begins reporting on the story.
It's blocked. Cargo ship blocking the Suez Canal. It's a huge container ship.
There's just the most incredible drama playing out in the Suez Canal.
A massive container ship longer than the Eiffel Tower.
It's one of the world's most important shipping lanes.
And breaking news from the Nana Star News Channel. I'm Nana. Mega ship's big ass is stuck in the Suez Canal.
Right. Point is, this story exploded everywhere. There was a lot of sympathy to go around.
I appear to have blocked global trade.
And the internet, upon seeing it, went, these guys need some help. We would love to volunteer.
That's not a picture of a naked woman. I need to help them.
They knew best about what to do to get this ship unstuck. Alright, it's time for the "yeah, I reckon you could pretty much just do this and it'd work" section. By far the most popular solution was simply blow it up. No ship, no problem. But why wouldn't this work? Well, first you're blowing up $1 billion worth of cargo. And this thing is about 3 times the size of Mount Rushmore. So there's quite a lot of debris to sweep up, actually. And you still haven't solved the problem of moving the thing out of the fucking canal. Next idea. What if we attach 1,000 helicopters and simply fly the thing out? You could even take it all the way to its destination in the Netherlands. Well, the problem is this thing weighs about 300,000 tons. So even if you had a really powerful helicopter, you're going to need like 25,000 of them. And you can't put them all together in one area or they'll all crash. It ain't gonna work.
En route to help. Hey, maybe pull up a bit.
Next. Alright, more seriously, why don't we take a whole bunch of old jet engines, weld them to the sides of the ship, turn them all on at once, and whee, the day is saved. However,
there is a risk of an explosion. And then you'd have a hole in the ship. And then the ship sinks, and then you're really never moving it. Hear me out. Liquid nitrogen. A lot of liquid nitrogen right under the boat. The water freezes, expands, the ship lifts up, Bob's your uncle, you love it. Except now, the ship is just stuck in ice. And then it melts, and then you're back to the exact same position. Also, you need like $1 billion worth of nitrogen. There's no way to get that much material, let alone handle the scale of that material. Also, everyone's going to freeze to death on board, and the ballast will expand in the tanks, and that'll destroy the ship. It's not going to work. All right. Last idea. Best idea. What if we just actively made things worse? Such as this petition to add a second boat to the canal. Jokes aside, one humble comment did stand out from the crowd.
Get a few people on this side, a few people on that side, push it, and I
Push it.
really think it would go.
Well, maybe. Because that's exactly what the recovery team intended to do. Ahoy! Ah, good to see you back from the nurse. I told them I didn't do any drugs, but they wouldn't take my word for it. I would have believed you. Just give me the walkie-talkie. All right, full ahead with the excavators. 3 more excavators join Abdullah, and they are all busily digging out the front and rear of the ship. It's still going too slow. What else we got? More rescue stuff. So here comes Rabbi pulling up to the scene. Good news, fellas. And he's standing atop a very powerful bit of kit. A big, beautiful dredger. To be specific, a cutter suction dredge. Essentially, you've got a big rotating cutting tool that loosens up all the soil, while a big suction pipe sends it yonder. All right, do the dredgy. Full speed. What else we got? We got more tugboats incoming. More and more tugboats join the fray. A total of 8, arranged around the ship like this. Notably, the Baraka 1 and the Izzat Adel. These are 2 of the most powerful tugboats in the Middle East, and that includes the non-deserty parts. Full ahead with those. They keep trying. A cacophony of engines playing the highest stakes game of tug-of-war ever attempted. Tens of millions of dollars being lost every hour until it was won. And their opponent? Unbothered, moisturized, taking up the whole lane. Unbudgeable. All right, we're calling it for now. Oh, El Sayed, we've thrown everything we can at the ship, and it won't concede an inch. It's hopeless, hopeless. The cynicism of youth. I've worked for many years on the Suez. There's magic in the water, Canterville. Magic. We will succeed. Your words are empty, El Sayed. Optimism has blinded you, El Sayed. We cannot defeat the canal. It is simply too powerful. If I were the guys at Case and Kaisha, I'd just forget about the Ever Given and buy a new ship. Well, we can't afford a new ship. The owners of the Ever Given, Shoei Kais and Kaisha Limited, are getting very worried. I need that ship back, and I can't just leave it to the Suez Canal Authority to do it. There's only one team daring and foolhardy enough to take on a job like this. Kaisen calls up an elite salvaging company from the Netherlands. Smit Salvage. We need your help. I got your number from you know who. Smit is the industry's best. They have response centers all over the globe, 24/7, ready to respond to marine emergencies. And funnily enough, they're the same team that helped with the rescue of the Costa Concordia back in 2012. Suit up, boys. They put the ocean in Ocean's 11, the tide in Tide Pod. And sometimes they pee in the water. Why not? The fish do it. We're en route to the canal. ETA in the next 24 hours. Next time on Boat in Canal. The prophecy. It's coming true. Kiss me, you fool. I'm beginning to think you don't want to get the boat free.
Well, is it the Yanny wire or the Laurel wire?
Laurel.
I couldn't hear you. You're breaking up. Ha ha ha. There's only one way this was ever gonna go. It's now day 3. There's more digging, more tugging, but the ship is still exactly where they left it. And the slow pace of progress is starting to cause problems for international trade. Each delayed ship represents thousands of tons of undelivered stock for store shelves. And that queue is getting longer and longer. On board, an estimated $9.6 billion worth of goods is sitting idle. The milk! It will spoil! And the big question is, how long until this thing is fixed? To answer this burning question, the Suez Canal Authority holds another press conference and declares, guys, another day, maybe 2, might even be this afternoon. But the media and industry experts disagree.
The truth of the matter is that they're not making much ground. I mean, is this proving to be more difficult than originally expected?
Could be closed for weeks.
It could take weeks.
Could be stuck for weeks.
Weeks. That's how long it could take to free the container ship currently blocking the Suez Canal.
So that means all of these ship operators here, waiting in the queue, have a very difficult choice to make. So basically, I've just got 2 options. One, I can wait around hoping the ship gets unstuck, which nobody knows how long that's going to be. Or option 2, we go all the way around Africa. And I really don't want to do that, and it's not just a geographic thing. Freighters don't want to go around Africa because it will cost them far more in terms of fuel. It adds 10 extra days to the route. And most importantly, pirates.
Pirates, assassins, and gay pirate assassins.
Now, there be 2 main pirate hangouts. The Somali pirates, everyone knows about them. But the more prolific group is actually in the Gulf of Guinea. Named so because it holds the Guinness World Record for most pirates. In fact, in 2020, 96% of all maritime kidnappings happened in the Gulf of Guinea. That doesn't sound very good to me, Mr. Kaisha.
Oh, and I just want you to know that you've made an enemy. Oh, and when I... Is your boat running? 'Cause you better fucking move it. You can't park there. Hear me out. I'm thinking a bunch of helicopters, right? And we...
There are a lot of people now who are angry with the owners of the Ever Given. There's only one thing I can do. Bing, 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 bong. Breaking news. Pause for a second. Shoei Kaisen Kaisha is big sorry. The owners of the Ever Given feel such enormous pressure that they go live on television to make a public apology. We are determined to keep on working hard to resolve the situation as soon as possible. Please do not be mad. In a few years, we'll all have a big laugh about it. Yours sincerely, Mr. Kaisha. Oh God, that's the boss of my boss's boss. I'm in so much trouble. Can't do anything about it. All we can do is keep trying to free the ship. So they keep going. And going. Into the night. And on that night, Canterville and El Said had a heart-to-heart. The mood was very somber. Still feeling optimistic, El Said? Of course. Well, it's day 3. How much progress have you seen so far? They're gonna blow us up, aren't they? It's possible. They're gonna freeze us, aren't they? That seems less likely. They might just attach a whole bunch of jet engines and we're gonna get fucked up. That one got debunked. Sorry, I don't mean to take it out on you. It's just, all these guys, they rely on me. The navigator, the helmsman, Gene, and the other ones we never animated. But I'm thinking maybe I should just get on a lifeboat right now and never look back. I could go live on an island somewhere, far, far away from here. Run away? Look at this. Timu neck massager for Sally. I bet she's checking her mailbox every morning.
Bulk $6 fingerless gloves for Mr. Poe Box. You want to disappoint him? No. Little Jimmy won't be getting his 20-pack of kitchen tongs this Christmas. And you think that doesn't kill me inside? But we've exhausted every option. There's nothing on Earth that could free this ship. Well, that's where you're right. Look up there, Lil Canthy. El Said points up into the night sky. Los Lunos. Yes, the moon. The son of the night. To the ancient Egyptians, it was a sign of hope. And in a few more nights' time, a prophecy will be fulfilled. The supermoon. I have to show you a kind of boring diagram. I'm so sorry. You see, the moon doesn't just orbit the Earth in a perfectly equidistant circle. It is, in fact, an ellipse. That means there is a point when the moon is the furthest from the Earth, and we call that the apogee. And there's also a point where it's closest to the Earth. That's the perigee. You know when you look into the night sky and the moon seems bigger or smaller than usual? Different distances, isn't it? Point is, the moon gravities all over the water. And the closer it is, the more it's going to pull. Now, there's another effect as well. If you believe the mainstream media, the Earth is going around the sun like this. And once in a while, it will also align with the sun being on the exact opposite side. Bam! At this point, when everything lines up like so, both the sun and the moon are at max strength pulling on the sea. And they call that the supermoon. And the tidal effects of both combine for an even greater pull. High tide can be even higher than usual, sometimes by up to 1.5 feet. Now, these sorts of moons only happen 3 or 4 times a year. But in 4 days, Big K, we're going to get one. Previously on Boat in Canal. Don't let go! Ha ha ha, my plans have all fallen into place. I thought I knew what being a captain meant. What do you mean, cut the black and blue wire? There's only white and gold! We've got one chance left. The moon. This is just like that Costa Concordia video he did, but way less funny. Over at the Ever Given, things are status quo. But online, there's a bit of a new development. A screenshot of a news article appears. Cargo ship crashes into Suez Canal. Captain involved in incident. But there's a twist. Uh-oh. Is that a woman? A woman? Egypt's first female sea captain, Marwa El-Sahar, was being named in this headline as responsible for crashing the Ever Given. And the screenshot of this news headline spread all across social media. For Marwa to have screwed up this badly is impressive. Especially considering she's never worked on the Ever Given and is currently hundreds of miles away in Alexandria. But someone online went, first female captain? Grody? Suez blockage? She must have did it. Marwa found out about the accusations through a friend and quickly hopped online. I gotta clear my name. Guys, it isn't me! But the online bad guys must have hacked her account, because everything she wrote just came out in squiggles. So Marwa tried to hack back. This code, it's nothing I've ever seen before. They're countering my hack. I'm gonna reroute the hosting. Not if I can help it. They ran through the firewall. Use IP4. It's better. Now, while we can all agree that a lady captain is very gross and icky, and while we all agree that she should be doing a lady job, like adding rosemary oil to the ballast water, or knitting hand warmers for the steering wheel, it was not fair that she was being falsely accused. And the situation was escalating as the online bad guys started making fake accounts pretending to be her. What was Marwa, etc. to do against such a coordinated campaign? Well, luckily, a surprise hero to the story. The mainstream media showed up and did a thing.
Don't worry.
Bringing her onto the telly and clearing everything up. Marwa even found some positive in the situation.
I was really upset at the beginning, but later on I found like the support from all people around me, and that made me feel like more grateful for what happened.
A lot of the social media posts got taken down. And in the end, it all turned out okay. At least, for her. Back to the Ever Given. The Ever Given has been grounded for 4 long Egyptian days. So tug, tug, tug. Dig, dig, dig. Pull, pull, pull. Fuel is getting low. Everyone is overdue for a break. All right, guys. Grab a Red Bull and a little snacky. We'll pick up again soon. But as the engines wind down, the crew can hear something approaching. Who the hell is that? It's Smit Selvage. The Smit team boldly actions onto the scene, looking at the ship very inspectively. They report their findings to the rescue team.
This is like, holy crap. Like, I've been filling out paperwork for, how long has this stream been going now? 3 hours. I've been filling out government paperwork for 3 hours. And every time I think I'm done, they're like, now I got to fill out a different form. So probably another 30 minutes at the rate this is going. Unless there's another form. I'll keep you guys posted.
Team. All right. I ain't no boat expert, but if you want a chance of moving this ship, you're going to need to make it a lot lighter. By tens of thousands of tons at least. Is it going to bend and tear? And sink? No, it doesn't look like it's going to do that. But it also doesn't look like it's going anywhere with all of this weight on the back. Okay, we trust you. What's your plan to make the ship lighter? I know a guy. He's got a crane. I'll get it down here. We'll offload all the containers. It'll be brilliant. You're going to love it. The container thing again? Yeah, how long is that going to take? Well, to get them down here and to get all the equipment assembled, we're going to need at least a few weeks. Weeks? Yeah, and to get all the containers off the ship, that might take several months.
Months? No, Mr. President, he didn't say months. He said, monks. Those Shaolin guys, they're very strong. Everything's going according to plan.
A furious rabbi marches in.
Do you have any idea how much these last few days have cost Egypt already? We've had to sell parts of the Sphinx. Look, the nose is gone. It's looking all messed up. We turned the whole country into an e-commerce site. It used to just be called Gypt. Now it's online. Egypt. Remember Tutankhamun? Now it's Tutankhamun. Get it? It's a pun. Get it?
Let's move on, says the Smit guy standing in for the audience. Look, this is by far the best option. Yeah, it's slow and laborious, but it's a guaranteed fix. Or you can carry on doing what you're doing now. You're on what, day 4? How's progress so far? Al-Sayed wouldn't hear it.
We will continue with the dredging and the tugging. The supermoon will be here soon, and that will save us. You are foolish, Al-Sayed. The legend of the supermoon is just a legend.
All right, we're on the same team here. If you insist on keeping the cargo aboard and just tugging, we've got resources to help.
Smit calls in 2 additional tugboats.
And not just big ones. Pretty much the biggest ones you can get. So Smit and the recovery team have figured out a sort of Plan A and Plan B. Plan A is to pull the Ever Given free by the supermoon, which is only 2 days away. Now, if that doesn't work, they'll have to go to Plan B, which is to offload by crane most of these containers, and that will take months. Watching on impatiently, tapping their feet and looking at their watches very aggressively, is now a queue of 400 vessels waiting to use the canal. Fresh fruit, thousands of tons, losing its freshness. Medicine, losing its potency.
After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. You take the red.
Not to mention livestock.
More than a dozen ships have live animals on board.
Mostly sheep and cattle, lightly sizzling under an Egyptian sun. The Egyptian government has had to dispatch vets to board these ships to tend to the animals' welfare. A few days ago, when I was a younger man, freight from Asia only cost $8,000 a container. Now it's $12,000. And the impact is being felt by a lot of larger companies. Renault, for example, ran out of some critical components and had to halt assembly at a couple of its plants. Adidas, Nike, IKEA all saw shortages.
Some of our clients are out of their top-selling SKUs already.
And as tankers queue, oil prices are rising.
Let my people go! Through the little waterway, please. And meanwhile, all across the day, the tugs are trying again and again. Move a little more sand, wait for the next high tide, try again. And as this marches on with the same futility as day one, banking on the supermoon looks like a costlier and costlier gamble. All right, enough of this. Said about 100 ships opting instead to go the long route around Africa, accepting the longer traffic time and piratey risk. The supermoon. It's tonight. There's a renewed energy as people scuttle around the area, doing everything they can to prep the ship for the big event. The excavator crew, over the course of the week, has expanded to a team of 11, working double, sometimes triple shifts with only 3 hours a day for sleep. Together with the two dredgers, they have moved 30,000 cubic meters of sand and soil. For comparison, this is 1 cubic meter, and this is 30,000 cubic meters. And here is what it looks like next to the Ever Given. That's a lot of sand. Subway sandwich for scale. And it's borne some results. Overnight, they managed to free the rudder from the left bank. And that's a big deal, because this rudder was acting as a bit of an anchor in the sand. Now free, the stern bobs around with the motion of the water. Great stuff. Meanwhile, the crew is doing everything it can to lighten the weight of the ship. That includes making a second plea for the ballast water to be ejected. Oh please, the Smith guy's already tinkled in there. We just can't do it. It would destroy the ecosystem of Egypt. Please, 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 please. All right. Biodiversity. Let 1,000 algae bloom. Nice work. That'll make the ship 9,000 tons lighter, Kenthy. The water's so bright I can barely see it coming out of the ship. Here, take these. No. I don't deserve them. Sunglasses are for people who redeem themselves. That's not me. Hold on to them, just in case. Into the evening, the pace keeps up. We see Abdullah excavating away. But really, he's thinking about the moon. Rabbi, he's busy taking video calls. But he finds himself distracted with thoughts of the moon. Even Mr. Kaisha. Is there anything in this world that doesn't remind me of her?
More breaking news from the Suez Canal problem. Ever Giver is stuck in the Suez Canal still. It's been almost a week. A tugboat should be able to move Ever Giver's big ass. This is Nana Star, Nana Star's news channel.
The full moon shone brightly that night, kissing the nape of the canal's neck with its gravity lips. Full tongue. The canal liked it.
And spoiling the romance of the moment is a big fleet of tugboats, watching on voyeuristically. They are 17 in total, with just a bit over 1,600 tons of bollard pull. And here's how they're arranged around the Ever Given. Of the 4 most powerful tugs, 2 go at the front and 2 go at the back. They'll be pulling. Another 6 tugs are put on the flanks. 2 over here, 4 over here. They'll be pushing. The remaining tugs are fueled and ready on the sidelines, waiting for their chance to sub in. Positioned like this, when the word is given, all these ships are going to try and turn the Ever Given anti-clockwise. Looks great, guys! Do you think that this is gonna...
I believe in the supermoon.
This had better work.
The Superman.
The guy with the ruler down by the shoreline yells out, "The tide has hit its peak!"
Al Sayed commands over the radio.
Start main engines. Tension on. Full ahead. The tugs start moving. They carve through the water with ease. The immense power from the tugs meet the resistance of the Ever Given.
It was at this point that the narrator said something really poetic. Stuff about the night. About how the ships were like dancers on the water.
For juxtaposition, we cut away to that crab again.
Which everybody hated. It's like a metaphor if you think about it.
The tugs are sliding to the left. They're sliding to the right. It's not working! Diesel fumes fill the air as the tugs keep increasing their power. The water violently foams behind the tugs. Everyone is staring at the back of that ship. Come on. Move.
This goes on for minutes. More minutes. Even more minutes. An hour. 2. 4 hours. By 4:30 a.m., the moon's power is starting to wane and there is very little progress. Don't give up. The tide only goes down so that we can rise once again.
Your moon gambit has cost Egypt dearly, Al Sayed. Guards, prepare the sarcophagus with the beetles, like in the... What the hell is that?
Under the water, all of this tugging has loosened the sand, the soil, the rock. Could it be? The sound of metal tensing and flexing. The ship is beginning to move. It is coming free from the bank.
The supermoon gives one last howl.
It worked. They pulled the ship from the bank. At the back, at least. Now, the bow is still wedged in there pretty good, but this is progress. We're halfway to freedom. Keep going. So they did, all morning. "7:30 a.m. The sun is rising. The tugs have been pulling all night.
Hey, Yar Priest, I'm sorry, man. I've been hyper focused on. I'm filling out paperwork on this government site for my unemployment. Like I've been applying to jobs and stuff like that too, and I have to I just got to fill out a buttload of paper. I've been filling out paperwork for 3 fucking hours, and they still haven't paid me a dime. So it's just frustrating. I think I'm almost done though. I think I'm finally at the summary page. I filled out like 10 pages of stuff, and then when I get done, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'll come back and we'll start focusing on writing the hotkey tutorial script. And we got to change the music on. We got to change the music on. I got to get rid of the OG Doom music on my TWOW tutorial video because. I just like when we were watching it in yesterday's live stream, I was looking at that live stream and there's like 20 different companies that claim to own that. And so I just had to delete that section out of my live stream so I wouldn't get in trouble or whatever. So clearly I need to find a different music track to put in there. So I'll be able to upload that video without pissing in anybody's Cheerios. Damn, I didn't think we'd get all the way through this video, but we're damn near close to it. So they're finally moving the ship. This has been a very good video by Internet Historian. I guess I'll go ahead and subscribe. I already gave him a like. I'll go ahead and subscribe. That's good stuff. And then for those of you who don't know about Internet Historian, you should definitely check him out. Here's a link to the video. Definitely give him a like. Check out some of his other stuff. If you think it's funny, go ahead and subscribe. Give me a couple more minutes. I think I'm almost done filing the paperwork. Then we can move on to video editing and script writing. And then we're just going to do some World of Warcraft leveling because when my brain can't take it anymore and I'm running out of gas real quick. It's been one hell of a Monday.
But the most difficult task, freeing the bow of the ship, remains beyond them. Well, I guess even the moon has its limits.
I don't want to hear it, El Said. It wasn't enough. That bow is still stuck. No, Mr. President. They're not saying that the bow is still stuck. They're saying, take a bow. And then something else that rhymes with stuck. I gotta go.
They were loading up the missiles for Plan B, as the guys on social media suggested. I lied about the crane thing. This was always the plan, says the Smith guys.
You know what, Canterville? I agree. They should just blow us up.
What?
My career is over now, too. You're the guy who blocked the canal, and I'm the guy who couldn't get it cleared. We've brought instability to the Middle East. But enough, Canterville. I raised your hopes with moon-based promises. But look at the tide. It's low. Low tide. And yet, I am lower still.
Canterville looks pensively out the window. And it was at that moment that he had his character arc. He realized that he was the captain, and the captain is always in charge. Shut up, El Said.
Oh my God, there's actually these benefits will expire after 8/28. So I've got. Okay, I don't have to do it today. I don't have to do it today. I don't like waiting until the last minute to file things, because if something screws up on the website or there's a problem, I'm screwed. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and let me file for last week, which is interesting. But I have until the 28th to file, so it's only the 11th. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. I've been filling out paperwork for 3 hours on a government website for 3 hours straight. I'm done. I'm done. I don't have to do it. I don't have to do it today. Okay. All right. Let's get rid of that. Let's put up the away message. I'm just going to let this ride. Actually, here, let's do this. Because I feel it's wrong to like jump up and just like let this guy's content go. At least I'm around to laugh at it. But this, on the other hand, there we go. Isn't that nice? Okay. Let me make myself a calendar reminder to file tomorrow. When did I start? 3 hours ago. One. I think I ate right there. No, that was lunch. Oh, thanks, Sharp Priest. I'll see you soon. I'm just updating my calendar so I can keep track of all the things that I did. It's already 8. Damn, I can't believe I've been filling out stuff for 3 hours. Fuck. Okay. All right. Let me take 5 minutes really quick, and then we can come back and do something else. All right. I'll be right back. That was my roommate's other cat, and that cat is dumb as a box of rocks. It sees it's so stupid it sees everything as a threat. It's like you'll hear a loud noise and that cat will freak the fuck out. And the other cat's like, why did you drop that thing, you dumbass? The smart cat realizes it's not a threat. The dumb cat thinks everything's a damn threat. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can do that tomorrow. I'm gonna tell my roommate that I'll do double the amount of work. I'm not gonna work on his project today. I'll just double up the work tomorrow. It was exhausting filling out all that paperwork. And I still haven't gotten paid any money. It's so frustrating. I might have to move back to the States just to get a job, which sucks because I have rent paid here until February, so I'd basically be losing out on a bunch of money. But I don't know. I'm starting to get desperate. I'm really getting annoyed that I haven't found a job yet. All right, well, moving on. Let me close that. Let me close that. Let me make sure I got all my PII stuff closed, so I don't dox myself. There's that. Excuse me. All right, we're gonna start working on video editing stuff. Let me update the banner message. Video editing and writing script for hotkey tutorial, then back to leveling. Wow, almost level 50. Okay, all right, that looks better. Let's minimize this. Let's pull this over here. Let's I think we can go to the main display now. Yeah. There we go. Just filling out my my calendar. I still need to update it. I'm falling behind. That's gonna go down here. I'll do that tomorrow. I gotta move that out of the way. I need to do that tomorrow. There's so much shit I gotta do. Let's do that tomorrow. I did do that yesterday. We can whoops. We can delete that. We can move that down there. Okay. Okay, and then I gotta move all that stuff over and update these 3 days. And this, I'm starting to get up to date again over here. All right. And then I got a buttload of stuff that I gotta do tomorrow. All right, well that's the calendar. Let's go get my music really quick. So here's where, let me reload. Okay, let's see where I got this copyright strike from. Yeah, see, I used the theme from Doom, like the original MIDI, and they're like, let's see details. Claimants 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 people that claim to own this fucking song. This is what's wrong with the world today. Where is it? No, because if I play it and I'm live streaming it, I'll get dinged again. Motherfucker. So what can you do? You can take action. And you can trim out the whole fucking segment. Continue. See? And it's from the video of my hotkey thing. So save. I acknowledge. Delete it. Fuck you. Fuck out of here. Alright. Okay. This is the crazy world we live in. So let me... I want to get one of those. I wonder what it's like to edit on one of those. Those things are a couple $1,000s though, so it's going to be a while. Here it is. TWOW. I bet it's nice. I bet it is nice. Let's look at them real quick. Let me Google. Let me Google them. Black Magic Studio Resolve. Edit. Oh, consoles. Okay, that's an audio console. I don't think I care about... Oh, look at that one. Ooh, look at that. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 channels. And you can turn the knob. I mean, I do all this on the... yeah, see, well, you guys can't see. Here, let me hide the webcam. See, like, you can do all this digitally, right? But I wonder what it would be like. I wonder what it would be like. Look at that. You got like, you can, so this is the scrubber. Yeah, and all this stuff is unnecessary now. See, I can scrub by just clicking and holding, right? Or if you want to feel super pro, you can get one of these. I've never used one before, so I don't even know if I'd like it or not. And they're expensive AF. They're like $1,200. At least the smallest one. Where is it? Where is it? Show me. Show me. I think we got to go all the way. There we go. Here we go. Okay, editor keyboard. Full size editor keyboard. It's got a number pad and a scrubbing wheel and a bunch of hotkeys. For $709. Get the fuck out of here. Look at these. This is for when you got your own big dick studio. Look at all that. Looks like the Death Star control panel. 31,000. See, it's got this price tag on it because they know only studios can afford that crap. This is why production budgets are so inflated. Like you can just use a mouse and a keyboard, but there's people that spend money on this stuff. DaVinci Resolve mini panel. And it's got 2 LED screens on it. Okay. Oh, see, this is the one without the screens though. Like I've got 3 screens. I don't need more screens. This might be worth it. But I'd have to try it out I need to get my hands on one of these. I don't want to spend this kind of money without trying it first. Now this one's more of like an audio console that has the scrubbing wheel on it. Look, there's the big dick stuff. That's when you used by Hollywood and broadcasters. Yeah, this is when you have a buttload of spare money to spend. That's ridiculous. That's more than that's twice as much as the last car I bought. More than twice as much as the last car I bought. Oh well, I can dream. This is all just wish list stuff. I don't need it. I don't need any of it. I just wonder what it's like to use one because I've never got my hands on one. I wonder if it's good or bad or the same, or maybe I actually prefer mouse and keyboard. Okay, so this is fine. So see, we got the Mario. Oh, let me put the webcam back up. There we go. Okay, so here is... Alright, so we didn't get dinged for the Mario music, so alright. And then here's the Doom music that I'm getting 10 different fucking companies are claiming. There we go, fuck you. Alright. How long is that? That is... We need... 2241... 2319, so... 1, 5, 19, 30. So we need like 45 seconds. Okay. Let's go to... my channel. Flame Age, I'm relying on you now, man. I don't want to get in trouble with your boy. He said I could use his music, so I'm gonna take your word for it. You son of a bitch. All right, now where is it? It's in his playlists. Where is it? There it is, right there. Okay. Okay, hold on. Now, I want to use. Where is it? This one. Okay. Let's go about right here. All right, let me mute the music here. All right, let me see. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to hit record. Okay, we stopped it. All right, now let's see. Because this is a cover. So this isn't the actual music. So I might, because it's his cover and his interpretation of the song, I might be able to use this. We're going to fucking find out. I'll find out tomorrow when the live stream's over, I guess. Where is that? That's over here. And this will be Duke Nukem cover by Paul Had Dukin. There we go. All right, so we're gonna cut that, and all right. So here's this. We can move the preview over. Paste that in there. We're going back into here. We're going to the media pool. We gotta import media. That's the YouTube short stuff. Here's the current project. Come on. Come on. There we go. There it is right there. Open. Okay, so let's bring it on out. Right there. There we go. Whoop. There we go. All right, so let us unlink this. We get rid of the video. Got it. Let's shorten it up a lot this way. Okay, so now if I right click and I cut it, there we go. So let's bring it on over to, okay, so we got to get rid of this part. Okay, we're going to click here. We're going to paste it. Got it. Okay. And then we're going to fade it out to right there. Okay, and then we go here. Okay, I think that's good. Let's go into Fairlight. And let's normalize that audio. There we go. Okay, back to the editing. That looks about right. All right, here goes nothing. will give you an edge in raid content and PvP later, helping you react quickly to critical gameplay moments. The following 2 clips show you what gameplay is like for new players that have yet to enable hotkeys versus what gameplay is like for players who have implemented and mastered hotkeys. Here goes. Be sure to hit this video with a like if you found it helpful, and consider subscribing to stay tuned for all of the great TWOW content.
Hey, dude. Step in front of Oline.
Okay. Hey, bud.
Can't go in front of me like that.
There's some D&D going on over here.
Yeah, they're so I pulled the original MIDI file for At Doom's Gate, the E1M1 music. And
oh man.
And I put it for, to do the difference. So I got like the no hotkeys Mario 3 music, and then like hotkeys Doom E1M1 music to kind of get my point across. And
yeah,
I'm looking at my live stream stuff, and there are 10 different companies claiming the rights to the E1M1 music.
That's funny.
It is funny. So I just got done ripping it out of there, and then that guy Flame Mage got me in touch with. He did a cover of the Duke Nukem music, so I just threw that in lieu of the Doom music. So we'll see if I get a strike for his stuff or not. If not, then I guess I need to like find some more Mario music or something to not get dinged. This is the crazy world we live in. This is the crazy world we live in now.
Dude, like, yeah, pain in the ass for no good goddamn reason.
Right. So it's funny that it's literally 10 different companies that all claim rights to it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it should count as fair use because you're, to a degree. Even if you're using like a portion of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah. Well, it's completely ridiculous now because like I got dinged for 4 seconds of a Baby Metal song that was being used in a video game trailer that I was watching. So, you can't even, you used to be able to get away with using like just 10 seconds of something under fair use, but now all the AI bots and stuff just claim all that shit all the time.
Pain in the ass.
It is. All right.
I'll tell you this much: there's no game for the consumer for any of that shit.
No, it's all there's entire business models out there where all they do is just purchase the rights to stuff and then claim it, so they can make ad revenue off of stuff that people use. Because it's like, well, we won't take the video down, but you can't make any money off of it because you used a song that we bought the rights to. That's their business model. And there's at least 10 different...
if I could poison some AIs.
I'll help you.
No, okay.
Because it wouldn't be that hard,
Right.
If I were to go and register like a jingle, right? And then just put it on YouTube, and the jingle just kind of slightly get close to like a popular song or something like that. It's just let that shit fight itself.
Yeah, you could register the jingle with the Library of Congress, and then
Yeah, that's just
and then just play
let
it, beat them at their own game, get fucked. Counterclaim that shit. All right. Anyway, all right. So those changes are made to the TWOW tutorial. Now it's time. I've spent 3 hours filling out fucking government paperwork today.
Before and then
Jesus.
They were like, "What's that? What's that? Somebody donated donated to you?" Well, no, and I just spent 3 hours filling out paperwork for those donations.
I'm strong.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, that's brutal.
And they still haven't even paid.
You
They
gotta get
still
right
haven't
with the
paid me a
IRS
dime.
because you're not a billionaire.
Yeah, and they still haven't even paid me a dime. I'm still waiting on seeing a single dime for the unemployment stuff that I've been filing.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh man. All right. Well, let's stop bitching about it and just get to work.
You may wanna okay, it's gonna sound a little fucked up and racist, but you may wanna actually try to get a video call with someone.
I mean, I'll give it a shot.
This was definitely.
Every time I call the employment place, every time I've actually given them a phone call at their 800 number, I get the automated message that says that they're experiencing a higher than normal call volume, and then it hangs up on me. It doesn't even let me sit in queue or leave a message. It just hangs up.
Oh man. Because, like, I know that, over the phone, they just kind of, like, they don't care. But if you catch them on, like, at least over here, like, chats or, like, on, like, the video chat, like, if you can schedule a meeting with them, it's, like, so much more effective. You'll actually get to talk to someone and whatnot.
Duplicate, rename, add subtab. Okay, let's put this over here. Okay, here we go. Rename. Hotkey tutorial. Okay, now let's make this big, and then let's.
I like to think of it like when you're bowling and it hits the pin and then the ball clears and then the pin falls. Yeah, that's what he did. That's why he didn't get hurt. He tripped the hell out of me, but I
Okay, so I've got a ton of notes for this hotkey tutorial, so I'm going to start consolidating them. Let's do points to cover. And half of these are from you. When you're sitting down, show all level professions, show how to use Atlas Loop, make sure you level a log. At TWOW database, mailbox works, COD, playing TWOW, essential mods, creating the character, setting up hotkeys because muscle memory, duh. For 17 levels, that's a different video. Let's go ahead and make a tab for that. Add subtab, rename your first 17 levels. Add-ons to use. Tortas, egg, Mount Quest. Okay, back to hotkey tutorial. Leveling. Let's add that note to that one. Okay. I guess the auction house should get its own video. Well, basics. That should be part of the hotkey tutorial. Theory crafting, PvP builds, carrying out custom UI creation. Okay. So it'll be okay. So WoW basics, strafe running, 180 degree cast line, which is cast or backstab, casting and following up with an instant. Okay, so that should be a second. And let's put global cooldown in parentheses. Keys to unbind. And it'll be shift plus scroll wheel. To get rid of losing hotbar. Let's put losing in quotes. And then let's do proper typing, posture and hand position, available keys with left hand, double with shift modifier, triple with control modifier, mouse usage for lining up 180 degree cast line, mouse buttons, primary, mouse buttons, secondary, mouse buttons, auxiliary,